Hi, in this video, we will see while loop in Java. Okay. So the while is used to iterate a part of the program many times. So you have block of code, that block of code you want to execute multiple times. So that time you will use the while. If the number of iteration is not fixed, it is recommended to use while loop. So how many times you want to execute that loop, is that block of code. If you are not sure on that, then go for while. In while, condition is evaluated first, and if it returns true, then the statements inside the loop will execute. When condition returns false, the control comes out of the loop and jumps to the next statement after the loop, right? If the condition is true, then it will go inside that and it will execute the block of code which is there inside the while loop. Otherwise, it will come out of that loop and executes after that what we have. Okay. So we'll take an example. I have created one class called while demo. Okay. So I want to print 1 to 5 numbers, integers. Okay. So first I need to print it from where I is equals to 1. Then while is a predefined keyword, while condition. Okay. Inside that you will have some statements or logic to execute. Okay. So if this condition is true, it might be true or false. If this condition is true, then go inside this while block and execute the statements or logic. If it is false, come out of that loop. Okay. So now what is the condition? I want to print 1 to 6. I'm saying if I less than 6. Okay. If I less than 6, then go inside this and print the I value. Okay. After printing the I value, you increment the I value by 1. I plus plus we have seen, right? Auto increment, auto decrement in the previous videos. I plus plus means I equals to I plus 1. So whatever the I value, it will add one value to that. If it is 1, 1 plus 1. If it is 3, 3 plus 1. So that's how. Then how it will execute, right? How it will execute. So first what it happens, I is equals to 1, I declared. So now the present value of I is what? 1. 1 less than 6, yes, true. Right. So go inside this one and it will print system.out.println 1, it will print the current value of I. Now here I value became what? 1 plus plus, it became 2. Then again, until this condition becomes false. Okay. Until this condition becomes false, it will keep execute means verifies this logic. So I is equals to, the I value is 2. 2 less than 6, yes, true. Go inside this, print I value. What is the I value now? 2. 2 plus plus, it became 3. Then go here, 3 greater less than 6, yes, true. Go inside this. What is the I value? 3. So 3 plus plus, now it became 4. 4 less than 6, yes. Go inside that, print I. What is that? 4. 4 plus plus, now it became 5. 5 less than 6, yes, true. Go inside this. What is the I value? 5. 5 plus plus, now it became 6. 6 less than 6, no, it became false. 6 equals to 6, not 6 less than 6. So it will not go inside this, it will come out of the loop. After that, I do not have anything to execute, come out of the program. Now the output is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, this is how it will execute. Now, let me try to execute this and see. So go back to the command prompt, Java while demo.java. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Right, simple. If this condition is true, go inside this and execute. If it is false, come out of that. But if it first, it will verify this condition, then only it will go inside this. Right. Then go inside this, it keep executing. Then if you did not mention I++, okay, if you did not mention I++, just imagine what happens. Let me execute this. You see that it keep printing 1. It went into the infinity loop. The reason is I less than 1, 1 is less than 6. Yes, go inside that, print 1. Then what is the value of I now? 1. 1 less than 6, 1 less than 6, 1 less than 6, 1 until it become false. It will never become false. The reason is 1 less than 6. Right. So it keep printing the 1. So because of that, we are writing some other logic I++. So because of this line, after executing 5 times, the 6th time it became false. 6 less than 6, false. So it stopped executing this. Okay. So if you want to see the same example, how it, let me take this example. You'll have some online visually how it will execute, it will show. Okay. So how it will execute, we'll see visualize execution. I'll click on visualize execution. There are a number of websites are there. I took pythontutor.com/java.html. You can take pythontutor.com/java.html. Now you see that this side you have your code. This side you print output here. Okay. And it is saying you have total 24 steps in this. Okay. The red symbol says next line to execute. This line will execute now. Okay. If I click on next, what happens? Nothing. So int I is equals to 1 initialized. Next. You see that I became 1. It is not the output. Okay. Still not output. I initialized to 1. Now next. It went inside this. Why it went inside this? 1 less than 6, true. Because of that it went inside. If you execute this one, what will happen? It will print 1 here. Next. You see, it printed 1. It went to the next step. Now the I value is 1. After this line, you see that I became 2 because I++. Next. Again while loop. Then if you click next, it will come inside. The reason is 2 less than 6. Yes. Next. You see, it printed 2. Next. It became, you see, I became 3, I++ 3. Next. The same way it will keep executing. Now it is 5. 5 less than 6. Right. 5 less than 6. Go inside this. 5 printed. I++. It became 6. It went here. 6 less than 6. No. If you click next, you see it came out of that loop. Right. Next. Completed. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is how. And there is one more ID is called Thorny. It is exclusively for Python. Okay. But here the advantage is, while very similar to our Java program, I equals to 1 while I less than 6, system.out.println is means here in the Python print I plus is equals to 1 instead of I plus is equals to 1. So it will show more visual way how it executes more than this visual. Okay. I took only Python just to explain how it will execute. Okay. So when you debug this, debug means we'll go line by line. It will not execute entire program at a time. So you have F7 step into. So when you click on this, you see that I is equals to 1. It will highlight with yellow. You just observe. You see I equals to 1. Now here it came. Wherever it is yellow color, now it is there, the cursor. You see that I it what? It became 1. 1 less than 6, it will evaluate now. Yes, I less than 6. Then you see that I less than 6, it is saying true. If it is true, go inside this. Then print that. Okay. It very step by step. You see that I became 1. Print 1. Okay. To say again, You see, print one printed. Again, if you do the same thing, I plus plus, I became, now what is the I value? You see that 2. 2 less than 6. Yes, it is comparing. Yes, true. Then do this. So if you execute the same way, it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You see that? But how visually it is showing each and every step it is doing, and after that it is saying it is true, then it is going inside this. So just to show how the execution will happen, I'm just showing this. Okay, don't take this as a don't compare this Python with Java, but internally how it works, just an example I'm showing visually. Okay, so this is how while will work in Java. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions from this? What is while loop in Java, how it will execute? Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see do while in Java. Okay, how exactly do while will work? The do while loop is used to iterate a part of the program many times, as we have seen the same thing in while. So it is very similar to while with some differences. So if you want to execute a block of code multiple times, then you can use do while. If the number of iteration is not fixed and you must have to execute the loop at least once, it is recommended to use do while loop. And you are not sure how many times you want to execute, but at least you want to execute one time, then you can use do while loop. In while loop, condition is evaluated before the execution of the loop's body, but in do while loop, condition is evaluated after the execution of loop's body. It is the bit different. First, at least one time it will evaluate and executes. In the while, after condition only it will go inside this. Okay, so that is the difference between these two. So with the help of one example, we'll try to see this. So do while demo, the same thing. I need to print 1 to 5 numbers. So here int I is equals to 1. Now do. Okay, do what you want to do. System dot out dot println, you just print the I. After that you do the I plus plus, same thing what you did in the while, but after come out of the do, you need to write while here. Now you need to write the condition here, I less than 6, and you need to terminate with semicolon. Right, in the while, in where we have written do, there only we have written while previously, right? But whatever we have written in the while have moved into do, but the while condition came out and it is terminated with the semicolon. Okay, so because of this, it is executing sequentially. I is equals to 1. Do come inside this. There is no condition to verify. Just come inside this. Print the I value 1. I plus plus 2. Then it will verify 2 less than 6. Yes, 2 less than 6. Execute this. 3 less than 6. Execute. 4 less than 6. Execute. 5 less than 6. Execute. 6 less than 6. No, don't execute this do block and come out of that. Okay, so now if you see executing this, so go to this Java do while demo.java. You see that it is printing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But if I change this 1 to 6, now what happens? It will print the 6 and then 6 less than 6 false. So it will not go, means at least one time it is executing. So if you execute the same thing, it will print 6 and come out of that. You see, that's how it will execute at least once. That is the difference between do while and while. Okay, if you mention 5, right, it will print the 5 less than 6, no problem, 5, and then it will come out of the loop after 5. You see, if you make it 4, then it will print 4, 5, and it will come out of the loop. You see, but if you make 6 false condition also, at least one time it will execute, 6 will print. So that is the difference between while and do while. Okay, So this is what very similar to while, but this do block will execute at least once. So if you go back to this PPT, what could be the possible entry questions? What is do while loop in Java? And they may ask, what is the difference between while and do while? Okay, with the help of one program, you can explain. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see for loop in Java. Okay, so the first statement is used to iterate through set of values. So how you iterate in the while, do while, the same way for loop is also, the purpose of these loops is to, the purpose of these loops is execute a block of code multiple times. Okay. For loop repeatedly loops over values until a particular condition is satisfied. So how it looks like, for in the brackets, you have three parts: initialization, semicolon, condition, semicolon, increment or decrement, and then inside that you will have a statements. Okay. For loop execution flow, how it will be. In the first step, initialization happens for the first and only one time. The initialization happens only one time, that is first time, which means that the initialization part of for loop only executes once. Second step, condition in for loop is evaluated. Right, condition, this condition is evaluated. On each iteration, if the condition is true, then the statements inside for loop body get executed. Once the condition returns false, the statements in for loop does not execute and the control get transferred to the next statement in the program after the for loop. So if it is not satisfying, come out of the loop and go into the next step. Third step, after every execution of for loops body, after execution of your statements, the increment or decrement part of for loop executes, that updates the loop counter. Okay, after statements executing, what it will happen? The increment or decrement will happen. In the fourth step, after the third step, the control jumps to the second step and the condition is reevaluated. Okay, so we will see everything with the help of the program. Here also for loop demo, print 1 to 5 numbers. Same thing, same example we have taken in while loop and do while loop. So for what is that? Initialization, semicolon, condition, semicolon, increment or decrement. It's updation, something like that, updation. Inside that you'll have a statements to execute. Right. So this is how the initialization, how I'll do int I equals to 1. Okay. This is initializing rate. Normally we'll do int I is equals to 1. The same way I'm doing inside this for loop. And there is a condition I less than 6. If I less than 6 only, you continue. Okay. Increment or decrement according to your requirement, I'll say I plus plus. Okay, initialization, condition, and updation, everything will be in the same line. Okay, in the same within a bracket. In the while loop, outside the while you initialized. In the while you check the condition. In the while loop, in the statements, you updated that counter I plus plus. So everything in the single line. Okay. What I need to execute? System dot out dot print ln I. Same thing, I'll print 1 to. Okay. So first let me print, then we'll discuss about this. For loop demo dot Java. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 printing absolutely fine. Now how it will execute. Okay. So for the first time, first it will initialize this value. Yeah, I equals to 1. Okay. Then I less than 6. Yes, 1 less than 6. Then don't go here. It will not go here. It will go here and it will print 1. After completion of this one, it will directly go to this increment or decrement. I plus plus, it became 2. Then it comes here, 2 less than 6, yes. Then go inside this, print 2, and it will never execute after the first time. It is only for the first time. After that, it will only these two things only. So 2 printed. Then again, it will go here. I plus plus 2 plus plus 3. And 3 less than 6, yes, 3. And 3 plus plus, it become 4. 4 less than 6, yes, go inside this and print. 4 plus plus 5. 5 less than 6, yes, go inside and print. Now 5 plus plus, it becomes 6. 6 less than 6, no, then come out of that loop. So that's how it will print 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, that's how it will execute. So again, we'll go to that online execution and we'll see the same example, how it will happen. So I printed the same thing, visual execution. Now the cursor is it for loop. Okay, if I click on the next, it is there only. Second step, there only means initialized. You see, I is equals to 1. Then next, it came here. Now you see in the output, print output, next, it printed 1, it went here. Now here what it happens, I became 2. You see, I became 2. Then came, prints 2. Now you observe here, once I click the next, it will become 3. You see 3. And if you click next, it came here, it will print 3. Again, go back. At the moment when I click next, it will become 4. Come here, print 4. Then it will become 5. 5, print 5. Go back, it became 6. So it came out of the loop. Right, this is how it will execute. Very simple. If you did not understand, it will become very difficult. But if you try to understand, very simple. So this is all about for loop. Simple for loop. So what could be the possible interview questions? What is for loop in Java? Can you explain with an example? Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see enhanced for loop in Java. Okay. So the enhanced for loop, also called for each loop. Okay. The enhancement of for loop, they call it as for each loop. It is used to iterate over elements of arrays and collections. So arrays we have seen, but collections we have not seen till now. So once you come to the collections part, then we will discuss these things also. But in the arrays we have seen, by using by taking one array, we'll try to explain this. Okay. So we'll go to the Visual Studio Code. I have created one class called for each loop demo. Inside this, I have one integer array, I. Okay. And array I will declare. So some random number 2, 5, 3. Something like this. Okay, some random numbers I have taken. This is my integer array. My integer array had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 elements inside this. 9 integers. So I want to print all the values from this integer array. Okay. So in that scenario, we'll use for loop or for each loop. First, we will see for loop. Right. First, we will see for loop. Int I equals to 0. Why I equals to 0 now? Right. The reason is how you will print the value from the array. I of index you will mention. Right. Index starts from where? 0. So I'll take from 0 where it is starting. Okay. I less than till which number I need to iterate over this. So I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Right. But you have 1000 elements. You sit and will not count for each and every array. Right. If it is 10 or 20, you can sit and like count, and you can give here I less than 20 or 10, something like that. Now we have 9. I can give, but in the real time, if you're writing some program, you will get some data from somewhere. How many elements are there? How many values are there? You don't know, even you cannot even count. So that time, how you'll use I dot length, right? I dot length will give how many elements inside that, right? I dot length. So then you keep increasing, right? Move forward, right? Here, system dot out dot println. I want to print what? Each and every element from the index. So I of, sorry, I'll take this as A. Okay, so I used I here, right? So A of means integer array of index. What is the index from the 0? So 0, 1, 2, 3, it is increasing here. So I'll use this I here. Okay, I here. So if I try to print, means execute this, you will see the output and will discuss. Sorry, that is A dot length. We change it, right? A dot length. You see that all the elements, it is printing. Okay, one by one. What happens here? I'll explain you for first for loop, then we'll jump into the for each loop. So here what happens? First time I equals to 0. 0 less than A dot length. A dot length is 9. 0 less than 9, yes. Go inside this. Then A of I is what? First value 0. A of 0. What is the A of 0 value? This is 2. It will print. Next time I plus plus. I plus plus means 0 plus plus. It became 1. 1 less than 9, yes. A of 1. What is that? That is 5. Then A of 2. Then what? What is that? 3. Like how the moment when reaches, okay, I plus plus 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Then 8 plus plus 9. 9 less than 9? No. Then come out of this loop. That's how it will execute. Right. But here I'm not using for loop. I want to use for each loop. I want to simplify this. Okay. I want to simplify this. So I'll comment this. Okay. So how it will be? For each loop will have it. I'll tell you first. Int I colon A. Okay. Then same system dot out dot println. Now there is no index. Okay. I'll simply print I. I'll simply print I. I'll explain. So let me execute this first. I need to print the same values. So it is executing fine, means whatever we have written, it is fine. So this is for loop. This is enhanced for loop or for each loop. Okay. So what happens here? Let me. So you have a bag here. In the bag, you have some balls. Just an example, you have balls. Okay. From this, you take one by one ball. Okay. Then what you want to do on this ball, you can do. You want to break the ball, you want to hit the ball, you want to use the ball in cricket, whatever it is. We don't bother about that. So that is the logic here. Okay. So one is completed. Take the second one. Okay. Perform the same activities on that. Take the third one. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th. After 9th, there is no balls. So then it will stop your execution until you have some values in this bag. Until you have some balls in this bag, this will execute that many times. The moment when it finishes, it will come out of that. That's it. Okay, that's how it will work. But here A is what type? Integer array. In the integer array, what kind of values you will store? Integer values. If you take one integer, if you want to store, where you can store integer value, you have to store in integer only. Okay, let me clear this again. So here I have integer array, something like this: 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, whatever it is. So I have 2, 5, 3, 67, 45, 98, 34, 76, 35. So I don't need this, but let's assume till here only. Okay, this is my kind of bag. What it is? Integer array. Okay, so in the for each loop, what it will do? This is array, right? Take one value and perform what you want to on that. What I'm performing, I'm just printing. In the real time, with the help of I, you can use, you can do whatever you want according to your requirement. So, but here I'm just printing. I have taken 2. It is integer array, you have multiple values. If you take one value, what is that value? This is integer value, right? 2 is an integer. If it is an integer, where you can store? In the integer only. So because of that, here, take one value, put one in integer. What is that? Integer I. In the I you store and perform what you want. I'm printing. Then next value take and put in this I. Means another 5 value. It is also integer. You put it in integer. 3 also integer. 67 also integer. So because of that, the syntax is what type of values you are iterating through. The same value, single value you need to take. These are multiple values, right? Because of that, we have called it is array. From the array, you want to take single value. So single value where you will store? Integer. So integer array. Okay. So take one value, put here, print that. Take the next value, put here, print that. So until it reaches the end of that. After printing 35, there is no value. It will come out of that loop. Okay. That is how for each loop will execute. But in the for loop, you need to initialize the I equals to 0 from the 0, index 0. And you need to mention what is the length of that. And you need to mention I++. You keep increasing. So this entire thing will be wrapped up in this. Okay, simple. If this kind of. Okay. But I need to use for loop or for each loop. Which one to use? So for each loop is not a replacement of for loop. Okay. If you want to perform on each and every element on a array or some array list collection you will have. If you want to perform some actions on each and every element, then for each loop. Simplest way. Means take one by one and perform something until it reaches the end of this array. But sometimes, okay, sometimes I want to perform on only some of the values. I don't want all the values. Only 4 or 5 values, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I less than 5 I'll mention here. Only I'll perform on this only 5 elements. But here you cannot restrict like that. Okay, you need to perform on all entire array. But if you want to do only few elements in the array, then you cannot use for each loop. Okay, then you need to depend upon normal for loop only. So it purely depends upon your requirement. So this is not a replacement of for each. For each loop is not a replacement of for loop. Okay. But if you want to perform some actions on each and every element of your collection or in the array, then go for each loop. That is simple. No need to initialize and no condition and increment, decrement, no need all these things. Take one by one and perform. Okay, so that is the difference between for loop and for each loop. Okay, this is all about for each loop or enhanced for loop. So if you go back to your PPT, so what could be the possible interview questions? What is for each loop? Otherwise, what is enhanced loop? To confuse you, if you don't know what is enhanced and for each, both are same, and they might ask, what is the difference between for loop and for each loop? And when to use for loop, when to use for each loop, right? That we already discussed. So these could be your possible interview questions. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see continue statement in Java. So what do you mean by continue statement? So continue statement is mostly used inside loops. Whenever it is encountered inside a loop, control directly jumps to the beginning of the loop for next iteration. So continue statement normally we will use inside the loops. Whenever there is a continue statement, then control directly jumps to the starting point of your loop execution. Okay, next iteration it will go. And skipping the execution of statement inside the loop's body for the current iteration. So after continue, if you have some other statements, so it will skip executing those statements and it will directly jump into the next iteration. So that is the use of continue. This is particularly useful when you want to continue the loop, but do not want the rest of the statements in loop body to execute for that particular iteration. So for a particular iteration, so for a particular condition, you don't want to continue, entire statement should be to be executed. Okay, so you don't want to be executed all the statements for a particular condition. So that time you can use continue, then it will skip remaining statements and it will continue the executing next iteration. Okay, so we'll see by taking one example. So there are two types of continue statements. One is unlabeled continue. The second one is labeled continue. So unlabeled means simple normal continue. The syntax looks like this: continue and then semicolon. Okay. But labeled continue is a bit different. So in this video, we will discuss about normal continue, means unlabeled continue. In our next video, we will discuss labeled continue. Okay, let's go to the Visual Studio Code. So I have created a class called continue demo. Inside this, I will write a for loop. Okay, for int I is equals to 0 or 1, whatever it is. I less than or equals to 10. I plus plus. So here what I'm doing, from 1 to 10, I'm just trying to print. Okay. Standard.println, I will print I. Okay. So first we will see how the output looks like for this. Okay. Let me execute this first. Java continue demo.java. You see that it is printing from 1 to 10. This is very normal. But my condition is inside the for loop. My condition is for a specific condition, I don't want to print the I value. Okay. I don't want to continue the rest of the code execution. So if I is greater than 4 and I is less than 9, for this condition, okay, for these conditions, means if I is greater than 4 and I is less than 9, means it is 5, 6, 7, 8. So 5, 6, 7, 8. For these numbers, I don't want to print the I value. So for that purpose, I'll use continue. That's it. What exactly happens here? So first time I is equals to 1. So I is greater than 4. No. Then I don't need to verify for this condition. And means both the condition should be true. So 1 is false. Like 1 is not greater than 4. So it will not go inside this. So it will execute this value. So it will print 1. The next time I plus plus means 1. Sorry, 1 plus plus 2. 2 is greater than 4? No. So it will not go inside this. So continue will not execute. Then out of that if condition, then it will print 2. Then 3. 3 greater than 4? No. Then again 3 it will print. 4 greater than 4? No, false. So it will not go inside this, it will print 4. Now 5. 5 greater than 4? Yes. And 5 less than 9? Yes. Both are true. Then go inside this continue. The moment when it is see the continue statement, it will not go to execute the next rest of the statements. It will directly jump to the starting point of the iteration. So 5 will become 6. For 6 also same true. Then it will terminate. It will see the continue and it will not execute the rest of the statements. It will go here 6 plus plus 7, same thing, 8, same thing. But coming to the 9, 9 is greater than 4, that is fine. But 9 is not less than 9, so it is false. So it will not go inside this. So it will come out of that, it will print 9. Then for the 10 also, same thing. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 9, 10, it will print. Okay. So let me execute this. You see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 skipped and 9, 10. Right. That's how continue will work. Continue means the moment when it see the continue, it will directly jump to the starting point of your iteration execution, loop iteration. It will not execute rest of the statements in the program. Okay. That is what continue statement in Java. Okay. So this is unlabeled. So what could be the possible interview questions? What is continue statement in Java? So what is labeled continue statement in Java? So labeled continue we will discuss in our next video. Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi. In this video, we will see labeled continue in Java. So in our previous video, we have seen that what is unlabeled or continue statement. So in this, we will see labeled continue. So continue statement is mostly used inside loops. Whenever it is encountered inside a loop, control directly jumps to the beginning of the loop for next iteration and skipping the execution of the statement inside the loop's body for the current iteration. So inside a loop, if we see continue statement, then it will directly jump to the starting point of your loop and it will skip the rest of the execution. So this is particularly useful when you want to continue the loop, but do not want the rest of the statements in loop body to execute for that particular iteration. Okay. So the syntax will be continue and this is the label name. Okay. Normally the continue means continue and then semicolon. But for the labeled continue and the label then semicolon. Okay. So there are two types of continue statements. One is unlabeled and second one is labeled. In our previous video, we have seen unlabeled continue. So in this video, we will see labeled continue. For this, let's go to the Visual Studio Code. So I have created one class called labeled continue demo. So inside this, first I'll write a for loop. Okay, for int I is equals to 1, I less than 6, I plus plus. Okay. So inside this, I will write another loop for int j is equals to 1, j less than 5, j plus plus. So now if you print system.out.println, I will try I is equals to plus I plus, I can put a comma or pipe symbol, and then j is equals to it should be same thing, j is equals to plus j. Okay, I'm printing I value, j value. That's it. So when I try to execute this, first we will see how the execution will be. Java labeled continue demo.java. You see that it is, let me, I is equals to 1, j is equals to 1, I equals to 1, j equals to 2. I, for each one value, it is printing 1 to 4. For the 2 value, 1 to 4. For 3 value 3, 1 to 4. For value 4, 1 to 4. For value 5, 1 to 4, j value. Okay. So how it is working? So I is equals to 1, I less than 6. So it comes inside this. Now it will execute this loop. J is equals to 1, it will print, actually I is equals to 1, and j is equals to 1, j plus plus. 2 less than 5, yes. I is equals to 1 already inside this loop, 1, 2. And again 1, 2 plus plus 3. Then 4 plus plus 1, 4. Then if it is 5, not less than 5, right? So it will come out of that loop and then for loop. I plus plus 2. And then I is equals to 2. And again it will execute 4 times. I is equals to 3. Then again it will execute 4 times. So that's how it will execute. But so sometimes I don't want to continue inside this loop. Otherwise, I don't want to continue this loop according to my requirement. Okay. So what I'll do here, before printing, we have seen in the previous unlabeled statement, right? I have a condition. If I equals to 3, whenever I value is equals to 3, or j equals to 2. So in this scenario, okay, in this scenario, any one of these things, whenever I is equals to 3, then otherwise j is equals to 2, then I want to use continue statement. Means I don't want to execute rest of the statements. Continue, right? But normal continue, you know, right? Only applicable for this loop, wherever you write continue. But I want to use the same continue for this outer for loop also. Okay. So that time you will give a name to the for loop. That is called label. Okay. So I can name a for loop. So first what I'll do, first for loop, and then give a colon. Okay. First for loop, give a colon. Otherwise outer for loop. Let it be first for loop. That means if you have multiple for loops, inside for loop, another for loop. So then first for loop, and this is second for loop. That's it. You can give a label to the for loop. So this is how you can give. Now I want to break, means continue. I want to use continue on this for loop. Then I can use first loop. So continue space, you give the label name. So now this continue is applicable for what? This for loop. Okay. Now whenever I is equals to 3, then it will go, it will break this one. No, it will not continue this for loop. Directly jump to this one, and what it will do, it will go for 4. Okay. And the same way, if j is equals to 2, if j is equals to 2, it will not execute the rest of the code. Directly it will go to the 3. Now I should not print 3, j should not print 2 in our loop. So whenever I is equals to 3, I should not be there. Okay. So let me execute this and we'll see. If you observe this, I is equals to 1, j is equals to 1. Okay. I is equals to 1, j is equals to 1, right? But the moment second time j repeats inside for loop, right? J become 2. If j is 2, then continue to what? This loop, for loop. Means terminate the remaining things and go to the first. Then I became 2. Okay. Then I became 2. 2 1 will print, 2 1 will print. But the moment j equals to 2, it will terminate again the first for loop. Then it will not even continue for the second for loop, directly jump. Now j became 3, sorry, I became 3. The moment I is equals to 3, I'm saying I'm not bothering about, okay, j is equals to 1, right? Then I is equals to 3, then continue. So even it is not printing for the j also. But the moment when I is equals to 3 it is true, then it will directly jump to the loop. Then I became 4. Then 4 1 will print. The moment j is equals to 2, then it again continues the first one. So because of that 4 1. The same thing for 5. 5 1 will print. The moment j is equals to 2, again it will continue. So because of that, I is equals to 5, j is equals to 1. So in the outer one, 1 2 3 4 5, but 3 is missing. In the inner one, 1 2 3 4, but the moment it is 2, it will continue the outer loop. Because of that, I printed 1 2 4 5, j printed only 1. Okay, if you understand how for loop will execute, then it will be easy. Okay, so this is how it will continue to the first loop. What if I put second loop, second for loop? Okay, then it will terminate only this one. It will not applicable for this for loop. Okay, first we'll execute and we'll understand the, you see that so many lines here, only 4 lines. Here I is equals to 1, but j is equals to 2 is not there. The reason is the moment j is equals to 2, it will continue to this loop, means 2 plus 3. So it will continue. So 1 1 1 3, 1 2 will not be there. The reason is the moment j is equals to 2, I am saying continue. So because of that, I will continue with I 1 1 1 3 1 4. Okay, the reason is 5 less than 5, so it will, then it became 2. For the 2 also, you will not see 2 2, only 2 1 2 3 2 4. But coming to the I, whenever I is equals to 3, I don't want to execute, means continue to the, so because of that, I 3 is not there. Then it will go to the 4. The moment it is 4, then you will not see 4 2. The reason is the j equals to 2, then it will jump to the next statement in the second for loop. So for the 5 also, 5 1, there is no 5 2, 5 3, 5 4. Okay, so this is how, which loop you want to restrict for particular condition, then you can use this continue. Okay, this is how labeled continue will work. So I don't have control. Because of that, I'll give some label to that, and I want to use continue with that label. Okay, so that is all about labeled continue demo. For the first time, it might be a bit confusing, but keep executing and keep practicing, will understand. What could be the possible interview questions from this? So what is continue or unlabeled continue, and what is labeled continue statement in Java? Okay, so normal continue we discussed in our previous video, labeled continue we discussed in this video. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see break statement in Java. So what do you mean by break statement in Java? Break statement is usually used to used in the following scenarios. Use break statement to come out of the loop instantly. So if you are inside a loop, if you want to come out of the loop for a particular condition, then you can use break statement. Then whenever a break statement is encountered inside a loop, the control directly comes out of the loop and the loop gets terminated for the rest of the iterations. So in our previous videos, we have seen continue. Continue means it will terminate only that particular iteration. But break means completely come out of that loop. It will not even execute rest of the iterations. Okay, it is used along with if statement, whether used inside loop, so that the loop gets terminated for a particular condition. Right, when you use a break statement inside the nested loop, then only the inner loop gets terminated. Means if you have a loop inside another loop, if you use break statement inner loop, then wherever you use the break statement, then only that loop will get terminated. Okay, So it is also used in switch statement. Generally, all cases in switch case are followed by break statement, so that whenever the program control jumps to the case, it doesn't execute subsequent cases. As soon as a break is encountered in switch case block, the control comes out of the switch case body. So this is we already discussed in our switch video. Okay, wherever we discussed switch, in that video we discussed its break, how it is useful. So that is what we are discussing here. If you want, you can watch that video. And the syntax is break semicolon. Okay, this is what is that? There are two types of break statements. One is unlabeled break and labeled break. So this one is unlabeled break. Okay. So to demonstrate this, we'll go to the Visual Studio Code. So here I have created a class called break demo. So inside this, I will write a simple for loop for int I is equals to 0, I less than or equals to 5, I plus plus. Okay. So now what happens? System dot out dot println I. So this is normal for loop. So we will see what it is printing. It has to print 1 to 5. So Java break demo.java. So it will print 0 to 5 as starting from the 0. But for a particular, whenever there is a condition it met, then I don't want to continue the loop. Okay. So here you are initializing, you are verifying, but in the real time, you will get so much of data from somewhere, another application or from database. In that, when you looping through that particular data, the moment when you see that particular information, this particular condition, then you don't want to continue rest of the iterations to be executed. So that time, so what I'll do, if I equals to 3. Okay. If I equals to 3, then break the loop. That's it. Okay. The moment when I see I is equals to 3, I don't want to execute this for loop. I want to come out of this loop. Okay. So let me execute this. You see 0, 1, 2. So first time 0. 0 equals to 3. No. So it will not go inside this if loop and it will not break. So it will print that system.out.println I equals to 0. Then I plus plus 0 plus plus 1. 1 not is equals to 3. No, it is false. So it will not go inside this. It will print. Then 2. 2 not equals to 3. So it will print. The moment 2 plus plus it will become 3. 3 equals to 3. So this condition is satisfied. This is true. Then it will go inside this. It sees that break statement. So the moment when it sees the break statement, so it will terminate entire for loop. So rest of the statements or iterations will not execute. Okay. Rest of the iterations it will not execute. It will directly come out of the loop. So the system.out.println is inside this loop. So it will not even print. So directly comes out of this loop. So because of that, only 0, 1, 2 it printed. So whenever there is a condition met, that time if you want to terminate this loop, then you can use break statement. So inside the for loop, you have another for loop. Int I is equals to 1, I'll start. Sorry, j I'll use. J is equals to 1. J less than or equals to 3. J plus plus. Okay. So inside this, I'll move this. I'll put something like this. Okay. This is for, this is if. So if j is equals to 3. Okay. If j is equals to 3. So let me print ing. Okay. So I'll print I comma j. The moment j is equals to, I'll put only 2. Okay. The moment j is equals to 2, it will break. Then how it will be? What happened? So j is out of this loop, means it should be inside this loop. That is local variable, right? So you cannot access outside that block that we already discussed. You see 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, but J loop, how many times it executed? Whenever the J equals to 2, it will break that. Okay, so because of that, it will not execute. So I equals to 0. Okay, I equals to 0. Then it came inside J is equals to 1. It printed 1. The moment J is equals to 2, break. What is that break? This loop, it breaks. It comes out of this 0 plus 1. 1, 1, it will print again. You see 1, 1. The moment J equals to 2, it will break again, come out of the outer loop. Then again 3. So 2, 2, 1, it will print. But it became 2 equal to 2 true, that will break. So that's how 0 to 5, the J will be only one value. Otherwise, it should be 0, 1, 0, 2, 0, 3, 1, 1, 1, 2, 1, 3. Right, that's how it has to print if it is, if statement is not there, means if break is not there, it has to print the output, something like that. But J is equals to, it will terminate only wherever you use this break statement. Okay, so this is unlabeled break in Java. So what could be the possible interview questions from this? What is break statement in Java and what is labeled break statement in Java? So we have seen that unlabeled or break statement. So in our next video, we will see labeled break statement. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see labeled break in Java, labeled break statement in Java. So we already saw that what is break statement in our previous video, unlabeled break. So break statement is usually used in the following scenarios. Use break statement to come out of the loop instantly. Whenever break statement is encountered inside a loop, the control directly comes out of the loop and the loop gets terminated for the rest of the iterations. So the moment when you see break statement, it will not even execute the rest of the iterations. It will directly come out of that loop. If it is used along with if statement, whenever break used inside loop, so that the loop gets terminated for a particular condition. Okay, so when you use a break statement inside a nested loop, then only the inner loop gets terminated. So all these things we already saw with an example in our previous video. Here we will see only labeled break. The syntax will be break and you need to mention that label name and then semicolon. Okay, so types of breaks are unlabeled and labeled. In our previous video, we have seen unlabeled. So now we will see labeled. Okay, for that, let me go to Visual Studio Code. I created labeled break demo class. So inside this, first I'll write some one for loop. Int I is equals to 1, I less than, I can say 5. So I plus plus. So inside this, I have another for loop. Int j is equals to 1, j less than 3, j plus plus. So now I am printing system.out.println I value then we'll print j value. So inside this, okay, first we'll try to execute this and see what happens exactly, what is the output. So let me clear this. Java labeled break dot Java. You see 1 1 1 2 2 1 2 2 3 1 3 2 4 1 4 2. The reason is until it is only less than 3. For 1 2 4, it will execute 1 2. Okay, that's how it will execute. Now what I'll do after printing the value, if I equals to 2, okay, if I equals to 2, then I want to break. What to break? So if I mention something like this, okay, if I mention something like this, this is only for this loop. So inside this loop, so the moment when it sees I is equals to 2, then it will not execute for the, it will not execute this break statement. So I will be 1, 3, 4. Okay, 1, 3, 4. So 1, 3, 4. So it is executing 2. When it executing 2, it is printing 2, but J value is what? 1. But after this printing, I'm using this break statement. Because of that, it already printed, but it is not printing 2, 2. The reason is the moment it sees I is equals to 2, it is not executed rest of this for loop. Okay, but this is normal break statement. So we have seen in our previous video, but I want to terminate outer loop. I is equals to means I want to terminate entire for loops. So all this. So for that, I can name a label. Means I can name a for loop. What is that? I can say first for loop, and you need to put colon. Okay. So the same way you can put second for loop. Okay. But here break and second for loop break both are work similarly. The reason is if you put a label or not, it is inside this loop, right? So if you put second for loop, and it should give the same output for me this time also. You see that 1 1 1 2 1 1 1 1 2 2 1, the same thing. Means even no need to mention this label. If you mention label also, no problem. But it is inside this loop, unlabeled break is also enough. But from this loop, I want to break the outer loop. So that time I need definitely this label. The reason is this break is applicable for this loop only. So, but I need to mention, don't break this one. I want to break the entire top outer loop. So this time it will print I is equals to 1. It will come here, I 1 1, it will print. Okay. The moment I is equals to 2, it will print 2 also. But after that, it will not print. It will come out of that loop. So if you execute this, you see that 1 1 1 2 2 1. So for the first time, 1 1 1 2. 3 less than 3 is false. So it will come out of that. 2 became 1. So 2 is equals to 1, it will print 2. J is equals to 1. 2 1, it will print. But the moment when I is equals to 2, it's breaking that. So because of that, only 3 rows it is printed. Okay, that's how this label will helpful. Okay, from this loop, I'm terminating outer loop. So that is the advantage when you label for these loops. Okay, this is all about labeled break example. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions from here? What is break statement in Java? What is labeled break statement in Java? So break statement or unlabeled break statement we have seen in our previous video, and labeled we have discussed in this video. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see comments in Java. So what do you mean by comments? As the name suggests, comments are notes you write between the programs for various reasons. Okay, so we are already seeing what is, what are comments, and we are using already in our previous videos, but we'll discuss exclusively in this. Write information or explanation about variables, methods, classes, or any statement. So if you want to provide some extra information about your variable or method, about class, then you can put a comment, and comments are not executable code. Okay, write text to be available in Java docs. So if you're developing an application, so if you want to put some, what you say, like information about that class or method or variable, so for that purpose also, if somebody is using your code, then they'll come to know for what purpose you have written all this information. Okay, hide program code for specific time to not to execute, etc. You have written some logic, but for some reason it's not working, so you have written some other logic. Meanwhile, instead of removing that code, you just comment that code for some time. You are not very sure which code you need to use, so you're just trying for the proper logic. So till that time, you just comment this code and execute other one. If that is not working, you want to come here and you want to update this code or edit some changes to this code. So that time you cannot write the entire code again. So because of that, you put in a comment, then Java compiler will not consider that as a executable code. Okay, very much helpful in your real time. And then types of Java comments. So single line comments, multi-line comments, documentation comments. So we'll see one by one. Single line comment. Single line comment, when comment can be written in a single line only, these comments are written over Java statements to clarify what they are doing. Single line comment can be denoted by 2 forward slashes. You see the 2 forward slashes. This is single line comment. You see in front of that you put 2 forward slashes, then this code is not executable. Okay, this is just to give information to the user. That's it. Java will not consider this is a Java code. Okay, that's how you need to represent a single line comment with the 2 forward slashes. Multi-line comment. When you need to add information in source code which exceeds to more than 1 line, then we can use multi-line comments. So you are putting some more information about your method or class, variable, whatever it is. So it is more than 1 line. So that time you can use multi-line comment denoted by this one. So forward slash star star forward slash, in between slash star star slash, in between how much code you write, that will be treated as a commented code. So this can be ignored by your Java compiler. It will not be considered as a Java code. Okay, so this is called multi-line comment. Documentation comment. Document comments are used when you want to expose information to be picked up by Java doc tool. This is the information you see in editors like Eclipse. When using autocomplete feature, you can use Java doc annotations inside these comments, example, @param, @return, etc. So you're building an application. You are writing some methods or like variables or classes, all these things, and somebody wants to use this. So that time, if you put in Java doc, it will be given hint or documentation to other people who are using your code. So that time it is very much helpful as a documentation. So for that purpose, you need to mention slash star star, then star slash. So here only 1 star. If you mention 1 more star after this star, then it will become documentation comment. Okay, slash star 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 slash, in between whatever you write, that will consider as a documentation comment. Okay, these stars are not mandatory. By default, the ID will give Eclipse or IntelliJ, but don't bother about these stars. Our concentration are slash star 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 slash. In between these information, whatever you write, that can be considered as documentation comment. So we'll see one by one with the help of one example. So I created one class called comments demo. Inside this, what I'll put, int marks is equals to 50, and I am system.out.println marks. This is fine, nothing great or no, very simple logic. But I want to give more information about these marks. Just an example, this is okay. So these marks, I can say marks obtained in final exams. Okay, so I mentioned marks obtained in final exam. This is single line comment as I'm using 2 forward slashes. Okay, so I'm giving some extra information that these marks I got in my final exam, something like that. In the real time, it might be different. I'm just showing you one example. And here, after printing this, what could be the output? So I'll put output will be 50. Right, I'm printing the marks is 50. So if I put something like this, this cannot be considered as a Java code. So this can be ignored by Java compiler. So no out. So if you simply put without these 2 forward slashes, and if you try to execute this, you see that? So sorry, I need to come out of this. It is in basics folder. So if I try to execute the same thing again, you'll get an error. You see that? Not a statement, output 50, and some semicolon is expected, something like that is saying. The reason is, if you do not put comments, it will be considered as a Java code, but that is not a proper syntax. Okay, that's how single line comment. Okay. Now what I'll do, I'll see documentation comments. So I'll write a method here, simple public int sum, int a comma int b. So I have written one program that will return sum of these two numbers. So here what I'll do, int c is equals to a plus b, and then I'll return c. Right. After adding these two, I'm returning c. But if I give this code to somebody, they may not understand what exactly it is. It is a simple logic, because of that you might. But in real time, what purpose you have written this one? Okay, somebody may not understand. So that time documentation comments. So what it will be, slash 2 stars. You see, the moment I put 2 stars, it is given some space and put star slash. So in between whatever you write will be considered as documentation comments. So here you can put so much of information. I can put author of this code, author Krishna Sakinala. Okay. And parameters, what parameter I'm using. So A is an integer to pass as first parameter. Okay. At the rate param, b is an integer to pass as second parameter. Okay. And what it will return after execution. So returns c as an integer value after adding a and b. Something like this is just an example, but in the real time, according to your method, what parameters you are passing, after executing this entire logic, what you are getting out of this logic, anything returning. So all these things you can put as a documentation comments. So when you create a Java doc from this, so it will pick up this, and whenever you use this sum method, so it will give this information. This is written by Krishna Sakinala, and it will take 2 parameters, a and b, in the form of integer only. And after that, it will add a and b. It will be give the c as a integer, and it will return that value. Something like this. It will give that documentation comments. Okay. So now we will see multi-line comments. So to call this method, so this is not a static method. So to call this method from the static method, so I need to create an object for my class. Comments demo cd is equals to new comments demo. Okay. And then what I'll do, int result is equals to cd dot sum of 10, 20 I'm passing. Means I'm calling this method and passing the parameters, and I system dot out dot print ln, I'll print result. That's it. But here I want to mention something, that what purpose I'm doing all these things. So I can put this one, need to call the, okay, need to call the sum method to pass parameters to add 2 numbers. Okay. So then need to create an object, as sum method is not a static method. Okay. Sum method will return the sum of a and b. So this much information I want to give, but it became very big. So I want to cut short this one. So readable. If I mention here, you see if I put something like this, now it became normal code. It is not commented code. So that time, what you need to do for each and every line, you need to mention like this. Like this. But if you have 10 lines or 15 lines, and right, you are giving some big comments. So so that time what you need to do, instead of giving something like this, you can use multi-line comments. Multi-line comments, how it will be? Slash star star slash. So you can put in between this information. So it will become multi-line comments. Okay. So multi-line comments. Now I can remove this single line comments. No need. For each and every line, you need. If you keep pressing enter and write something, no need to mention that double forward slash until it reaches. After this, if you write something, it will not be a commented code. Okay. But in between slash star star slash, in between whatever you write, it will be treated as a comment. Right. If you execute this, you see 50, 30. 50 I'm directly printing here, and 30, 10 plus 20, 30 I'm printing here. Okay, but here our intention is not executing this logic, but this is single line comment. This is multi-line comment in between slash star star slash, and here documentation comments slash star 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 slash. So you can put some information, something like this. Okay. So this is all about the different type of comments available in Java. So wherever you need, you can use those. Okay. So what, and in the real time, so normally in any IDE, if you take any IDE, IntelliJ, Eclipse, the commented code will appear in green color. Okay, I'm not using green color. I changed something, but by default, code will looks in green color. So because of that, some people will use remove the green code in your program. Means you remove the comments. Indirectly, they'll say green code means commented code. If I'm not using actual green code, green color, so it is related to my theme what I'm using. But in real time, if you're using any IDE, by default comments looks in green color. So if somebody says remove green code in your program, means you need to concentrate on your comments. Okay. And what could be the possible interview questions from this? So what is the use of comments in Java? How many types of comments are available? What is the purpose of documentation comments in Java? Okay. So these kind of questions you may face. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see system properties in Java. Okay. So Java maintains a set of system properties for its operations. Each Java system property is a key value pair, such as Java version is equals to, this is key, the value is the version of the Java. You can retrieve all the system properties via system.getProperties, or you can also retrieve individual property via system.getProperty, and you need to mention which property you want to get. So if you mention system.getProperties, it will give all the properties. But if you want to get only specific property, then you can use get system.getProperty, and you need to mention that key. Then you will get the value. Okay. JRE related system properties. So you have some JRE related properties: java.home, java.library.path, java.class.path, java.ext.directories, java.version, java.runtime.version. Okay. And file related system properties: file.separator, path.separator, line.separator. And user related system properties: user.name, user.home, user.directory. Okay. And so the same information you have here, but set system property. You can set a custom system property either from command line tools or from Java code. So those are system related properties by default you'll have. But if you want to give your custom property, okay, for that also you can give. How it will be? From that command prompt, java-d custom key is equals to custom value. So application launcher class, something like this. But you can directly give this with your code. Set system property from code using system.setProperty. You see that system.setProperty, custom key, custom value. We will see this with the example. and you have some OS related system properties. You want to know what OS you are working. Okay, that OS.name, OS.version, OS.architecture, something like this. Okay, so we will see some of them with the help of code. So example, so I have created one class called system properties demo. So here, what I'll do, system dot out dot println, then system dot. So same system, this system class are same. So system dot get properties. I'm mentioning get properties, all the properties. So when I try to execute this, Java system properties demo.java, it will give so much of information. You see that? So each and every information, right? Java.vm.specification1 is equal to Oracle Corporation, and the path separator is what? Semicolon. OS version 10, Java runtime name, Java AC runtime, something like that. Okay, so I don't want something like this. I want to get a specific thing. So let me comment this, otherwise keep printing that one. So here I want to get Java home, where my Java is executed, means installed. Instead of properties, I'll mention property. So this is Java dot home. This is the key. Okay. So when you execute this, where my Java is installed, that is installed in program files, Java JDK 17.0.1. This is my Java location, Java directory location. That is what? Java home directory. Okay. So now, this time I want to print Java version. Java version, which version I'm using. Okay. You see that 17.0.1. Normally, how will you verify the Java version? Java hyphen version. It will give the same thing. 17.0.1. Okay. So now we'll take another property and we'll try to print. What version? Java runtime version. This is Java version. Then Java runtime dot version. Okay. If you print this, sorry, you see that 17.0.1 plus L2-LTS 39. You see, that is current version. In this version, there will be some subversions, right? So this is current version which is installed. That is also, it will give full information. Okay. So, and then we'll take few more examples. Java class path. Let's see what it will give. Java dot class dot path. See, if you execute this, it will print a dot. Class path is dot. And then let me put a separator here to differentiate different. So here what will print? File dot separator. Okay, we have seen some, right? File dot separator. So in Java, how you will represent file path? Using forward slash. Sorry, it is giving null. Why? Spelling SEPA. There is a typo. If it is not there, then it will mention null. Okay. This slash means backward slash you will use it for the file separator, means folder separator. Okay. And then file separator, path separator. So path separator is semicolon. If you're giving some path in the environment variable, you need to mention what you say, like, okay, otherwise, if you execute this, so many paths, right? So for each path is, you see here, each path is separated with semicolon. But if it is Mac machine, that is colon. So it depends upon operating system. If it is Mac machine, the path separator is colon. And the last one is line separator. So line separator will give some empty line. You see that some empty line it will give. Okay. So after that, we'll try few more. So no, sometimes these are helpful while you're writing the code. So because of that, we're discussing user directory, means user dot home, user home directory. Okay, user home directory. So it will be C users krish. This is my machine home directory. Okay, and the same way, so what we can use, user dot username. Okay, username, it will be krish. You see that my user is krish. And the same way, current directory, if you want to mention current directory, so user dot dir. Current directory means where my current file is, where my Java file is now. Okay, so that is 80 basics, right? You have a very big path, but it is showing only the last 2 folders. Now you will get entire folder where it is. See? C colon users krish desktop Java tutorial in 80 basics. So entire your current directory where your Java file is, it will give. Okay, that is the advantage of user properties. And we'll see OS properties, OS related properties. So here OS means OS dot name. What is my OS name? Okay, execute and see the last value. It is Windows 10. Okay, it is giving me Windows 10. So, and then if you give OS version, OS version 10.0. Okay, and OS architecture, os.arc. Okay, mine is AMD 64. So you might be wondering why this is Windows 11 actually, but it is giving me why Windows 10 means. So my machine is not compatible with Windows 11 minimum requirements. So I use some other way, means what you say, like workarounds to make it Windows 11. So basically that is Windows 10. So because of that, it is giving me the base Windows name, sorry, Windows version, Windows 10, 10.0, all these things. Okay, so this is how Java related properties, file path line related properties, user related properties, OS related properties. So these are sometimes very much helpful. So because of that, we are discussing these are system properties. Okay, so we forgot to discuss about custom property. Okay, so I will set my own property. How? You need to use set property. Set property will take 2 values. One is key, and then respective value. So what is the key I'll give? You can give whatever name you want. Okay, so author name, I'll give my name. Okay, then how you will print this? So the same way how you print this information. So system.get property, instead of os.arc, you will mention the key value. What is that key value? Author name. Okay. If you execute this, it will give me last value as Krishna Sakinala. You see that? But this one, instead of author name, some conventions will be read java.home, java.home, file.separator, user.name, something like that. So the same way you can put, and everywhere it is using small letters, author.name. Okay. So use the same thing. So for this, you no need to put system.println, that is setting the property, right? So because of that, it is giving me null there. So I'm setting the property, then print, while printing the property, I need system.out.println. So if you use this, you see last value Krishna Sakinala. You can set the property something like that according to your requirement. Okay. This is all about system properties in Java. So what could be the possible interview questions? So what is the use of system properties? How to read system properties in Java? Then how to set system properties in Java, means not system properties, set properties. Okay. So custom properties. Okay. These are all could be the possible interview questions from this topic. Okay. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see command line arguments in Java. So what do you mean by command line arguments? So the Java program arguments passed at launching the Java program are called command line arguments. Means the program arguments passed at launching the Java program are called command line arguments. Means you want to pass some arguments that you are not passing from your program. You are passing while you executing your program. So that is called command line arguments. These are from where you pass from the command line, right? So command prompt. So because of that, these are command line arguments. Okay. A Java program can be launched either from console or from an editor. A Java program can be launched either from console or from an editor. To launch a program, we have to use Java class name command from the command prompt to system console. While launching the program, we can pass additional arguments. So normally we can, where you can execute your program from the command prompt, or if you are using Eclipse or IntelliJ IDEA, then from there also you can use. There also you can set command line arguments from the IDE itself, that we will see if possible in other video, but here we will use only command prompt. So while executing program, how will you do? Java class name you will execute. Apart from that, you can pass some additional arguments. Okay, that we will see with an example. So command line arguments can be used to specify configuration information while launching the application. Sometimes in the real time, if you want to put some configuration information, that you can pass along with your program execution from the command line arguments. There is no restriction on the maximum number of arguments. We can specify any number of arguments. So while executing your program, you can put, means you can provide your command line arguments. For that, there is no restriction. You can pass how many parameters you want to pass. Arguments are passed as strings, but whatever you pass from the command line, everything can be considered as strings. Passed arguments are retrieved as the string array in the main method argument. So if you pass from the command line, from where the program will get, okay, how it will receive that information, how it will understand, right? The main method, in the main method, you will write a string args, right? From there, it will get that information, whatever you pass from the command line. So need to convert the string arguments to required arguments in the program. Okay. So everything is in the form of string, but I need integer. So we have already seen typecasting. So with the help of that concept, we will convert string to our required argument. Okay. So we'll go to Visual Studio Code and we'll try to write some program and we'll execute. Okay. So here, what I'll do, I will pass, I have string first name, okay, string last name, and I want to print my full name. So system.out.println full name. Okay, how it will be? What I'll do? First name, I will concatenate with the space. Then I can see the space between my first name and last name. Okay, this is how I want to print. But from I want to put some first name and last name, right? So I can give some what you say F name, L name, some dummy data I'm giving. So let me execute this first to understand now better. Java, it will print. Cannot find some. Sorry, I need to put in string rate. You see that F name and L name. Okay, but this information I want to pass from my command prompt while I executing program. Okay, so we'll see two ways. CLS Java C command line arguments demo.java. So no errors, nothing. What happened? Variable first. Okay. So we need to initialize. Actually, we need to provide that information, right? So simply you cannot give. So that is where these command line arguments. So if you provide command line arguments, from where it will take. Okay. So let me annotate this. So you're providing some arguments from command line, but how this program will get that information? Okay, so with the help of this string args, right? With the help of this, everything can be stored in this args. Okay, if you provide from the command line. So because of that, this is the use of to get the command line arguments. So this is an array, right? This is an array. So from the array, how you will get that information? We already saw what is array, how to read the means, get the values from the array. So it will be stored in the form of like index, right? So start from the 0, 1, 2, 3, something like that, right? So args of 0 is my first element. Args of 1 is my second element, something like that. So how many elements you pass from the command line arguments, that many elements you need to take. Okay, this is how you can pass here. Okay, here. So now we'll take, let me clear this. So normally array means, so sorry, int array is equals to, you will put something like this, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like this. And if you want to print, okay, if you want to print, how you will print? You will use the a of 0, right? And the same way a of 1. Okay, then a of 0 means first value, a of 1 means second value, right? So let me comment for some time. So to make you understand, I'm taking this example. If you execute this now, Java command line arguments demo. So 1 to it is printing, right? So this is an integer array. So from the array, how many values you pass here, that can be accessed using this index. The same way, whatever arguments you give, that will be stored something like this, means string args. One second. So how it will work? String args is equals to, so whatever the values you pass from the command line, right, those will be stored in this. Okay, so let me put like this, so we'll see. Okay, now what could be the first name? If it is my first parameter, so then I can put args of 0. Okay, in the same way I can put is equal to args of 1. Right, that's how you will do. So if I execute this now, so no errors you will get. It will compile, no problem. But if you execute this, you see that index 0 out of bounds exception means there is no values, means there are no values. I do not pass any values. You should have int I is equals 1, 2, 3, 4. That's how nothing is there. Right. If you try to execute, means get the value which is not there, you will get index out of bounds exception that we saw in our arrays. So because of that, you need to pass these parameters arguments from the command line. Now we will see how you'll pass. Okay. Let me clear this. Let me compile again one more time. Now, after this Java command line arguments, it will execute, right? After that, put a space and you pass the parameters. First name is Krishna, last name is Sakinala. This is how you can pass. So what happens here? This one will be taken as first argument. This will be taken as second argument. And this is args of 0. And this is args of 1. So these values replaced here. Right. So if that is the case, then how it will be? The output we will see now. Let me clear this. So if you hit enter, you see that full name is equals to full name Krishna Sakinala. Right, that is what we get. So args 0 is replacing, is assigning this first name, args 1 is assigning to last name, and I'm printing those values. Right, this is how command line arguments will work. Okay, so this is very similar to, so I can say sorry, and you will pass the same thing. Okay, this time I'll not pass. I'll compile. Something is expecting where, sorry, comma. There should be comma between these values, right? So if you compile, so we already used this args. So I'll put simply A. Okay. You see that compile, and this time I will not provide the command line arguments. I directly provide that information where here itself, Krishna Sakinala. So I'm printing full name Krishna Sakinala. So internally it will work like this. So the moment when you provide command line arguments, then those comes here and it will form something like this. Okay. So let me change this to back. Right, we understand, right? So this is how it will internally works. That will form something like this. Now what happens? Sometimes I want to pass integer values. Right, we have seen everything will be in the form of string. So because of that, directly I'm getting the value args of 0. I'm getting string. I'm storing in string. But what about if it is integer? So string, sorry, int a is equals to args of 2, right? Args of 2, and int b is equals to args of 3. Okay, so int c is equals to a plus b, and now system dot out dot println, I will provide what? Sum of A and B. Okay. Sum of A and B, what is that? C. So now I want to pass this information also from arguments, right? So let me try that. So we can directly do with this one. So no need to compile and execute all these things. Whatever we do with the single command, right? Java, and this after this, the first two arguments are what? Krishna Sakinala and 10, 20. 4 parameters we are passing. And the order will be same order. Args of 0. This will take 0 index. This is first index. This is second index. This is third index. So because of that, first arg, second arg is strings, Krishna Sakinala. And the third and fourth are A, B integers. So the same way I'm passing here. So let me execute and see the just observe what is happening. You see that string cannot be converted to int. So by default, everything comes in the form of string. But I'm trying to store string in A, means assigning string to integer. So it will not possible. So for that we have seen typecasting, right? So how we will do? Integer dot value of args2 means string I'm converting into integer. So the same way, integer dot value of this one also I'm converting. So the moment when I get the string, I'm converting into integer and I'm assigning to integer. So this time it has to execute without any issues. Let me execute the same thing. Integer dot, cannot find symbol. Did any mistake? Sorry, there is a typo. It should be small v. Okay. So it would be small v. If you execute, you see that full name Krishna Sakinala, sum of A and B is 30. 10 plus 20, 30. If you try to execute the same thing with some other values, 25 and 35, and execute, this time it will be 60. Yeah, 60. First one is same thing. So this is how you will pass the command line arguments from the command prompt while executing your program. And everything will be stored in the args in the form of string. If it is string, directly you can use with the index and you can assign to string. If it is other value other than string, and you need to convert into respective data type. I want integer. So because of that, integer dot value. If it is Boolean, Boolean dot value of. Something like that. You need to pass this as how the sequence you have given in the same way, and you can use. This is called command line arguments in Java. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions here? So what is the use of command? Sorry. So what could be the possible interview questions here? So I copy pasted those. So I did not change. So what is the use of command line arguments in Java? Then how to pass other type of arguments apart from string? Because we can directly pass, but in the program, you need to convert into respective data type, right? That is what we have seen. So this is all about command line arguments in Java. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see access modifiers in Java. Okay. So Java provides 4 access modifiers. An access modifier restricts the access of classes, variables, methods, and constructors. Okay. So there are 4 types of access modifiers in Java. Those are used to restrict the access of classes, variables, methods, and constructors. Your access means visibility. You can say like scope of that particular variable or a class or method, constructor, whatever it is. Okay. So following are the access modifiers in Java. That is, first one is default. Other way of means another name is package private. This is called package private, otherwise default. Second one, private. Third one, protected. Fourth one, public. So we will discuss in detail about all these things. So default access modifier. So if you do not mention any access modifier, it is called default access modifier. The scope of this modifier is limited to the package only. Means if you have a class within the default access modifier in the package, with the default access modifier in a package, only those classes that are in this package can access this class. Similarly, if we have a default method or variables in a class, it would not be visible in the class of another package. Okay, so if you want to discuss more about this, we know already what is package, right? So package means folder structure. Okay, folder structure. You have a package P1. Okay, inside this you have class 1, class 2, class 3, class 4, class 5. Means there are five classes are there in your package. Okay, you may have other package P2. Here also class 6, class 7, class 8. Let's assume something like this. So if you do not mention any access modifier, means we will say public int I is equals to 0, right? So here you are mentioning public, but if you mention int I is equals to 0, so there is no access modifier, then by default it is default. Okay, if you do not mention any public, private, protected, then that will become default. Okay, if it is default, the scope of this modifier is similar, limited to the package. So if you create any default thing in class 1, that can only be accessible outside of this class, means only other 4 classes only. Okay, but if you want to access that from the package P2, from the class 6 or class 7, class 8, that is not possible. Okay, you can access default things within this package only. If something is defined in the class 6 as default, that is only accessible between these classes. Means in the P2 package only, you cannot access from the P1 package classes. And the same way, package 1 classes, means all default things cannot be accessed from the P2 package classes. That is only restricted to this package. Inside this package, how many classes are there? Everything can access these default things. That is called default. Means, so you have a class 1, you have class 2, inside this you have int I is equals to something 0. Here you can create an object C2, C is equals to new C2, and C of I you can access. If the C2 is in the same package, if the C2 is from other package, that cannot be accessed, something like this. You cannot, with the object of that class, you cannot access this default things. Maybe default constructor or default variable, right? Anything. So let me clear this. That is called default. In a package, only those class in this package can access in this class. No other class outside this package cannot be accessed this class. You have default method or variable. Means if you want to call a method which is default, you cannot access with the help of that object outside the package. Okay, inside the package means any class you can access. Okay, and now we will see the next one. Private access modifier. The scope of private access modifier is limited to the class only. So class only means where you initialized that are defined. Private data members and methods are only accessible within the class. Class and interface cannot be declared as private. If a class has private constructor, then you cannot create the object of that class from outside of the class. Okay, so if you discuss about these things, you have a class. So class C. So inside this, if you say private int I is equals to 0, okay, then this I can be accessed only inside this class. Okay, but not outside this class. Even if it is in the same package also, you cannot access. Private means only restricted to that class where you declared or initialized. Okay, in the package P1, if you have C1 class, C2 class, if I want to access from the C2 class, No, you cannot. The reason is it is private to this class only. The least visibility of any variable or class is private. If you declare this as private, you can access only within this class, not outside of this class. And class and interface cannot be declared as private. Normally we will see public class C, right? So, but you cannot mention private class. Okay, so this is not possible. And you have a class, public class, I can say sample. Okay, I can say sample. So inside this, if you have a constructor sample, so this should be same, right? Name of the class and constructor should be same. Then only that method is called constructor. If you put private for this constructor, then you cannot create an object for this class. What we have done here, we have seen that if it is this one, you can create a class, object, and you can access default things, right? But if you mention something one class inside the class one private constructor, you cannot create object. Sample s is equals to new sample. This is not possible. Okay, and we discussed the same thing in our constructor topic. When you are discussing in the constructors, there we discussed. Okay, if you mention any constructor as a private, you cannot create an object for that class. This is called private access modifier. Okay. So let me go to the next one. Protected access modifier. Protected data members and methods are only accessible by the classes of the same package and the subclasses present in any package. So you can also say that the protected access modifier is similar to default access modifier with one exception, that is has visibility in subclasses. It is very similar to the default, but the only exception is if some other class, means one class is inheriting properties of other class from the outside of the package. If there is a parent-child relation, then you can access protected information. Classes cannot be declared as protected. This access modifier is generally used in a parent-child relation. So if you talk about this thing, we have one of the topic called inheritance. This is very important in OOPS concept, object-oriented programming, that we will discuss. But as of now, so inheritance means getting the properties of one class to another class. Okay, if you say class parent, okay, class parent, and I have class child. Okay, this is in package P1 and this is in package P2. Okay, so normally default means if other classes from the same package can access, I can say protected int I is equals to 10. Okay, this is protected. So normally by default means if it with the default you can access all the classes within the same package. But with the protected, what is the advantage is if a class from other package is inheriting, how it will inherit? So with the help of extends is a keyword parent. Okay, class child extends parent means it will get all the properties of parent class to child class. So now you can access this I here. Okay, you can access this I here from this child, but this is in another package. Even though you can access if there is a relation between parent and child using this extends keyword. Okay, in that case you can access protected data members. Protected data members, you can access something like this: all the classes within the package, outside the package the classes which are extending these class, where you declare this protected data member. Okay, so that is what protected. And then the next one is public. So the members, methods and classes that are declared public can be accessed from anywhere. This modifier does not put any restriction on the class. Okay, public means full visibility. If you have 1,000 packages, 10,000 classes, okay, if it is declared in one package in one class, from the 100 packages, 1,000 classes, you can access this information. There is no restriction. So that is called public. So when you write some code, try to put the least access modifier. Okay, put private. Okay, so after some time, if you want to access that from other class, okay, so that is in same package, then try to change it default. Okay, sometimes if you want to use the same thing in other class from the other package, if you have a inheritance relation, parent child, then change it to protected. But if you want to access that in wherever you want, means there is no such rule, then you put public. So but start from the private. Okay, according to your requirement, change the visibility of that particular data member. Okay, so this is public. So if you talk about with the diagrammatic way of this, so if you talk about access modifier public, within the class you can use, within the package you can use, subclass in the same package you can use, subclass in different package you can use, outside the class you can use. There is no restriction. But coming to the protected, within the class you can use. Okay, this is always. But coming to the protected, within the class you can use, within the package you can use. Subclass means there is a relation between parent and child using extends keyword. There you can use. Subclass in different package, right? Subclass in same package, even there is no need to mention this parent child, but if you want you can use, but without this also you can use. Okay, but in the different package also you can use, but outside this class and there is no relation between means there is no parent child relation, then you cannot use. Coming to the default, within the same class you can use, within the package you can use, subclass in the same package anyhow, within the same package, right? Because of that you can use, but subclass of different package outside of the class you cannot use. Coming to the private, only within the class. Apart from that, no other rules will work for this. Okay, so this is all visibility of your members. That is called access modifiers or scope. Okay, this is all about access modifiers in Java. So what could be the possible interview questions from this? What are access modifiers in Java? What is the use of access modifiers in Java? Difference between these access modifiers in Java? You may face these kind of questions. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see main method in Java. Okay. So if a class contains main method or not, and the main method is declared as per the requirements or not, these things won't be checked by the compiler. At runtime, JVM is responsible to check these things. What is that? At runtime, if JVM is not able to find the required main method, then we'll get runtime exception saying, you see that here, I just created a class, simple class. I do not have any main method inside this. So when you compile, there is no issue. It's able to compile. But when you run, when you're running, you see that main method not found in class, sample class. Please define the main method as public static void main. So how you write normal main method? So it is showing that you need to write something like this in the class. Okay. So at runtime, you'll find this issue. So if you talk about main method, and this is one of the interview questions, like why main method is public static void main. Okay. So why public static void main and string args? So we already discussed about access modifiers. So public is a access modifier and it will have full access. Every class from any package can access this public. So because of that, to call by JVM from anywhere. So to call in from anywhere, so we'll create a access modifier as public. And the static, for the static, no need to create an object, right? no need to create an object to call this. Okay, so without existing object also, JVM has to call this method, as main method is no way related to any object, right? So you created a class. Without main method, you cannot access, means you cannot execute anything. If you have other methods also, if you want to execute those methods, you need to call those methods in the main method. So then from where you will call the main method, right? From somewhere it has to start executing, right? So because of that, they declared it is public and no need to create an object to call this, execute this method. So they made it static. Every method has to return something. So it will return void, means it will not return anything. Main method won't return anything to JVM. So void means it will not return anything. It will not return anything. Okay. So main method, the name main is, this is the name which is configured in JVM, means, so JVM, we already pre-configured that this is a main method. So whenever you find this method with this signature, then start your execution from there. So that's how it is configured. Okay. And a string args. If you want to pass any command line arguments, so you can pass using this string args. We already saw command line arguments also in our previous video. So if you want to pass anything from your command prompt, then with the help of these arguments only, you can pass command line arguments. So because of these reasons, main method is public static void main string args. Okay. So public means to call by JVM from anywhere. If it is public, you can access from anywhere. Static means no need to create an object to call this method. So main method will not return anything because of that. This is void. Method, the name, predefined name, this is already configured in Java. To come to know that from where to start the class execution. So this string args is to pass the command line arguments. Okay. So this is the reason behind why main method is public static void main. So if you move forward, so for main method, following changes are allowed or acceptable. The order of modifiers is not important. Okay. So public static void main or static public void main may not difference. You can write both the ways. Okay. Can declare string argument in any acceptable format. Okay. That we will see. Instead of ARGS, we can take any valid Java identifier. ARGS will say args, but there is no need to put args. Okay. You can give whatever you want. Can replace string with var arg parameter. That is, you can mention something like this. Let me. So you can mention something like this, or string 3 dots args. Both the ways you can do. Okay. So in the same way, can declare main method with following modifiers also: final, synchronize, strict FP. So you can use these things also with your main method. Okay. So all these things we will see by taking an example. So now, if you take an example, you see, we can put sample class final static synchronized strict FP public void main. This is a valid main method syntax. If you execute, you see, it is executing. This is a valid main method syntax. Okay. So now we will jump into Visual Studio Code and we'll try to write a sample program and we'll see how the behavior will be. Okay. So as we discussed, if the main method is not there, we can compile, but we cannot run. That we will see. Because of that, I have not created any main method here. Okay. So let me compile this. Java C main method explained .java. Main method explained demo. Sorry. So let me copy this one. You see that no issues, no errors, nothing, it compiled. Now, if you run this now, you see that error, main method not found in class, main method explain demo. Please define the main method as public static void main string args. Right. So this is how you will get an error. So now let me put that. Okay, now let me put that. So if you execute the same thing again, sorry, there is, I missed the semicolon. So what is the issue? Sorry. Method, this is method not to will not terminate that. Okay. So it's a main method. So, and then if you try to execute, means if you run also, nothing happened. Means there is nothing to print. Because of that, it came out no errors. Okay. So now we will see. I'll put a system.out.println. Main method explanation, something like that. Okay. If you go and execute now, okay, I'll directly execute. You see that main method explanation. It's a very normal syntax in the day-to-day life, how we write for each and every program. Okay. But we have seen something, this is not needed, this is not needed, something like that. We can do some changes to my main method. Okay. So these brackets, okay, these brackets, I can cut here, I can put here. Okay. That is also valid thing. So let me execute. You see that main method explain. So this square bracket is not mandatory to put after string. You can put after args also. That we already discussed in arrays. Okay. This is string array. And then there is no need to mention args. I can put simple s, otherwise some chunk also, something like that. But it should be meaningful, but you can give anything. This is just a reference, right? You can put whatever you want. If I run this now, I'll not get any error, right? But it should be some meaningful. I can put yes. Okay. Even then also it will execute. But Java normally says that these are arguments, so just mentioned args. That is not a mandatory thing, right? We can put yes, we can put anything, ABC, XYZ, whatever you want. Yeah? So that is also not a problem. And that is called where are arguments. So you remove that, you put 3 dots here. Okay. So instead of bracket, you can do something like that. You see that no issues, still executing. And this order, okay, this order is also not a problem. I said static public void main, and let me save and execute. You see that no problem, right? We have seen this syntax, square bracket will be after string, after the args, and there is args is not mandatory. You can put anything, and this order is also not static. You can change public static void main or static public void main. Okay, so these many ways you can write your main method. And here, if you talk about these public static void main, right? So let me discuss that again. So if it is public, public means what? Global visibility. Okay, because of that global visibility, you can access from anywhere. So main method is public because we need to access from anywhere. Static. Static means no need to create an object to call this method. Okay. Void means main method will not return anything. If you try to return also, where you will call the main method, you will not call main method from other methods, right? If you try to call anything, for that you need to call that method, right? We are not calling that method. Because of that, this is void. Main method will not return anything. So main, the name of the method, and it is defined by Java. Okay, internally they put the main method. So whenever you encounter main method, start executing from there. So because of that, public static void main. Okay, the main method is public static void main. So this is all about main method. So if you go back, so what could be the possible interview questions from here? So why main method is public static void main? We discussed all these things. Why the name main? So this is predefined by Java, so you cannot change that. Okay, if you change that, you'll get an error, right? So that's all about the main method. Okay, thanks for watching this. Hi, in this video, we will discuss about scanner class. So scanner class we'll use for the input functions. So from the keyboard or any file. So we will see how we can use this scanner class in Java. Scanner class is a class to read the input data from the keyboard at runtime. So this class is helpful to read the data from the keyboard at runtime. And this class is available in java.util package. Okay, it is available in java.util package. Using scanner class, we can read the data from the text files also. Not only from the keyboard, from the text files also you can read the data. So here you have different type of methods in scanner class. So we have next line. It reads the line of the text from the user, line of text. Next int reads an int value as input from the user. The same way in next float, next double, next boolean, next byte, next short, next long, and simple next means it reads the string. There is no next string. Next means it reads the string or word as input from the user. Okay. So by taking one example, we will see all these things. Let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here, scanner is a class, scanner, and we need to create an object for that. I am creating sc is equals to new scanner. Okay, but here you need to mention inside this, this is parameterized constructor in the scanner class. So system.in. So system.out means we will print something on the console. System.in means we are reading some data, means we are reading some input from the keyboard. Okay, so we need to mention system.in. Now I want to read system.out. Just mentioning a hint means what you are reading. Employee name, something like that. I'm reading some employee name. Okay, so employee name. Then it just prints, right? When you execute employee name, you need to type your name. Okay, employee name. So for that, what is the method we'll use? sc.next. It will read the string data, means what is it, like, character sequence. So if it is returning string, means we need to store where? In the string emp name is equal to sc.next. Now we will print system.out.println employee name. Okay, what is that? Emp name. So it will print now. So we can say enter employee name. Okay, so now what I'm doing, I created an object to scanner class, and I'm just giving hint to the user that enter employee name. Now I need to enter, I need to type the employee name from my keyboard. So with the help of this scanner class, what kind of data I am typing, means I'm giving as input string data. So string can be handled with the what method? Is the scanner object dot next method. So next method will return what? String value. So I'm storing in a string and I'm printing the same. Okay, we'll try to execute this and we'll elaborate. Okay, so here Java scanner keyboard demo dot Java. Now you'll get an error. It says that error cannot find symbol scanner. This scanner is available in which package? Java.util. So that you need to import. All right, if you want to use any classes from any package, you need to import those packages. Java.util. Mention star means from the util package, all the classes we can access. Okay, so I imported Java.util. Now if I try to run, you see that enter employee name. So I'll mention my name, just Krishna. The moment when you type, you see enter, you see employee name Krishna. So it is taking the information from the keyboard and it is printing on the console or command prompt. Okay, this is how you can pass the information. Okay, so now we will see some other things. So we'll take a sequence of something like this. Let me copy paste. We'll take few more things. So enter employee qualification. Okay, so if it is single word, you can use sc.next, but I want to read a big string, a sentence. So for that you have read next line. So that is also in the form of string. So you can store in the string. I can mention employee qualification here, EMP qualification. So I'll take the same thing here and I'll print here. Okay, so I'll take one more time, not one more time, 2 to 3 times will take. So here enter employee. So let me put after this, after name, sorry. So I'll take the same thing. Enter employee ID. Okay, so this is in the form of string I want. Sorry, int emp ID. Okay, int emp ID. So, but it will read data in the form of what? String. Okay, by default it will read the data in the form of string. So how can I convert this to integer? So for that we have wrapper classes, right? We have already discussed integer dot value of typecasting. Okay, I'm typecasting from string to integer. Integer dot, sorry, we don't need this here. So we have what? sc dot next int. We have seen all the methods, right? One second. So we have n number of methods. Next int, next float, whatever data you are reading, you can mention that directly. Next int. Okay, the same way. Sorry, emp id, emp id. So the same way, I will take one more emp employee, enter employee salary. Okay, so I'll take this in the form of float. Then this is next float, and this is emp salary. Then I'll change this one also. So I'll take two more things. So I want to explain how the float and everything will work. Enter employee mobile number. Mobile number will be long, so I'll store in long employee mobile number. This is, sorry, this is not next long. If I put somewhere next long, next float, next int. So I'll take one more last. So enter employee status. Okay, like permanent or not, something like that. We'll mention this as a Boolean, true or false. EMP status. So this is next Boolean. Okay, then employee status, EMP status. Here also employee mobile number. This is employee salary. Right, everything is looks good. Employee name, employee ID, employee qualification, something like that. I have taken multiple things. So we'll try to give all this information and we'll see how it will work. So I'll run. So it will say enter employee qualification. I'll say passed post graduation with first division. Okay, now it is asking. Sorry, 1 second. So what I'm doing, the moment when I provided the input, I'm just printing immediately. So I do not want to do like that. So after providing all the information, I want to print at a time. So because of that, whatever I'm printing, system.out.println, I move to end of the end to this program, and I'm just keep entering the data, and I just put a separator here, one line, to see the differentiation. Okay, now, so sorry. So we'll execute the same thing now. Passed post graduation with first division, something like that I'm saying. Okay, enter employee name, enter employee ID 100, employee salary. I given float 50,000, something like 50 pies. Enter employee mobile number. I'll give big number. Enter employee status permanent or not. I'll say true. It's permanent. Now if you see, there is a separator I have put, and employee qualification passed PG with first division, Krishna 100, salary, and employee. So I think I did not change it, seems. Both the times employee salary only. This is employee mobile number. Okay, so that's how you can give different sets of data. Means you can give integer, you can give float, you can give Boolean, whatever you value you want. You have all the methods available in scanner class. According to your requirement, use that, and you can provide the information from the keyboard and you can print. So for that, we'll use scanner class. Scanner SC is called new scanner of system.in, and this is just to print. Without this also you can give, but what information you want to put, user will not understand. Because of that, we are just giving enter employee qualification. That's it. So with the help of this line, it is reading the data. SC.next line, SC.next, SC.next int. With the help of these things, you can read the data from the keyboard. Okay. So these are all the methods. We have seen almost everything. So what could be the possible interview questions from here? So what is the scanner class in Java? What can be read using scanner class in Java? You can use scanner class to read data from the keyboard and text files. Different methods available in scanner class. How to read a text file using scanner class, we will see in our next video this topic. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video we will see scanner class in Java to read data from the text file. We already discussed scanner class in our previous video. There we have seen only how to read the data or get the data from the keyboard. Okay, so here scanner class is a class to read data, means read the data, input data from the keyboard at runtime. Sorry, it is input data. This class is available in java.util package. Using scanner class, we can read the data from the text files also. So we will see this point. So the first point we already saw in our previous video. Okay. So these are all the methods available in scanner class. So do not bother about all those things we already discussed. So now we'll jump into the scanner file demo program. So here, very simple. So I have created a file called, I have created a folder called files, and there I have written some sentences here. Okay. Hi, learning read file using scanner class. And the second line, this is one of the important topics in Java. So we need to learn this concept carefully. I have 3 lines here. Okay. I need to read this data from this file. So for that, so I have created scanner file demo. Here what I'll do, we need to use scanner class. Scanner class S is equals to new scanner. So here, previously what we have given in our previous video, system.in. So this is to read the data from the keyboard. Okay. Let me comment out it. So, but if I want to read the data from the file, okay, then as I'm saying file, right, I need to give the file here. Okay. For that, we need to create one more class, file class. File is equals to new file. This file will take file path where my file is. Once you get this file, you need to pass this file to your scanner class. Okay. You have 2 parameterized methods here. One will accept system.in, one will accept file. So where is my file path? What is my file path? So my file path is data.txt. You just right click on this and you say copy path. Okay. And come here, you need to mention that in the string. Okay. In the double quotes. Right. In Java, you need to use 2 backward slashes to represent this path. Okay. So you need to give 2 backward slashes. Otherwise, you'll get an error. Okay. This is how. Here, my file is the data.txt. So now I passed this file to here. Instead of system.in, we are passing the file. Now I need to print, okay, data. So system.out.println. How you'll read the data if it is a sentence? sc.next line method that we already discussed in our previous video. The same method, it will read the entire sentence, one line. Okay. So if you try to execute this, Java scanner file demo.java. I'm getting so many errors, scanner class, file, all these things. So we already discussed scanner class is available in where? Import java.util package. Right. So we need to import that package. Now, if you try to execute, you'll not get any error related to scanner, but you'll get the error related to file. So this file class is available in other package called import java.io.star. This is available in IO package. Okay. So now if you try to execute, you will get another error. You see that? Unreported exception, file not found exception must be caught or declared to be thrown. Okay. So file you are mentioning, there is a file, you want to read that file. If the file is not there, okay, if the file is not there, what we need to do? Right, there might be a chance. So because of that, Java will say you need to handle all those things. That we can see with the help of exception handling concept in our upcoming videos. But at present, in the method level, you need to use throws exception. Okay, throws exception, you need to mention like this after your method, before this curly braces. Okay, then it will handle the exception which may raise. Okay. So now if you try to execute, you see that high learning read file using scanner class, but it is reading only first line, right? This is only reading first file, sorry. So I want to read entire file, right? So for that, what we need to do, we can use while loop. Okay. While scanner class object dot, you have one more method, has next. Okay. If you have one more method called has next. If next line, if you have next line, loop that and get that information. Okay. If you have next line, has next means if you have next line in the file, print that also. Until when? Until you reach the end of the line. After this line, there is no has next. There is no has next will return false. If it is false, it will come out of that while loop. If it is true, it will go inside that and it will print that. So let me execute this. You see that it is reading all 3 lines. Okay. So what is file we will discuss, and what is this exception throws exception we will discuss in detail in our upcoming videos. But at present, just to understand, you need to mention throws exception to handle that file not found exception. And this file is from java.io package. Scanner is from java.util package. If you have multiple lines in the file, you just need to mention st.has next. So until there is a next line, it will keep printing. If there is no line, it will return false. It will come out of the loop. Okay. So this is the file path you need to mention, and for each folder and between each folder, you need to mention 2 backward slashes. Okay. So this is how you can read the text file in Java using scanner class. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from here? The same questions. What is scanner class? How can you, means what are the different methods available in scanner class? What can be read? We can read data from the keyboard and from the file. How to read a text file using scanner class? For that, you need to use file object. Okay, that we have just saw. Okay, so this is all about scanner class. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see recursion in Java. So what do you mean by recursion in Java? So recursion is a programming style where a method invokes or calls itself repeatedly until a certain predefined condition met. These kind of methods are also called as recursive methods. So normally what we'll do in Java, we'll create one method and we'll create another method. We'll call that another method into this method. Means we can call a method from another method. So if you call the same method from this inside the same method from that method, then that is called recursive method. So you have a method called M1. You're calling the M1 inside the M1, that is called recursive method. Okay. So calling a method itself is called recursion. A recursion process must satisfy following conditions. Recursive method call means you need to call that method inside the same method. A predefined condition which breaks the recursion. Right. Otherwise, it will go into infinity loop. You need to break somewhere. For that, you should have a condition where to break. So that we will see. So this is called recursion. Recursion means simply calling itself, a method calling itself. So recursion examples. While you printing factorial number, while you printing Fibonacci series, then you can use recursion concept. So what is this? First, we'll see. So here, factorial number means if you want to get the factorial of something like that 5, factorial you'll mention with exclamatory. So from it will start from the which number you put and into the less one number minus until you reach 1. 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1. Okay, this is what. And if you want to say 6 factorial, then you need to mention 6 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 until you reach 1, whatever the number. From the number to you reach that number, you need to multiply those numbers. That is called Fibonacci series means 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 2, 3, 5, 5, 3, 8, something like that. 8, 5, 13. This is called Fibonacci series. So as part of this video, we will see how to print factorial number using recursion. Okay, we'll use how to print factorial number using recursion. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. Before that, let me clear this. So here I have created a class called recursion demo. Okay. So first we'll write a method. So public static. First I'll put void factorial number. Otherwise, find factorial number. Okay. Which number I'll pass that number here as a parameter. Int number, that number, which number you want, 6 factorial or 5 factorial, 4 factorial, that number you will mention here. Once you go inside this, and you need to remember one thing is, if it is 0 factorial is equals to 1 in mathematics. Okay. So let me put here as a comment. So now, if my number not equals to 0, okay, if my number not equals to 0, I'll write some logic. Okay, else if it is 0, else return 1. Okay, why I'm writing if it is 0, you just return 1. The reason is 0 factorial is 1. So because of that, what I'm saying, if it is 0, return 1. But if it is not 0, what to do? Okay, what to do? Now we need to discuss the logic. So then we'll jump into that. If you take 5 factorial, okay, 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1, right? So then what happens? Factorial of 5. Okay, then what the logic? Number into again factorial of num minus 1. Okay, so this is the logic. So then what is the number? If you give 5 into factorial of 5 minus 1 is equals 5 into factorial of 4. Then it is again you're calling the factorial method with other number, with 4. 4 means what? 5 into 4 into what is that number into factorial of number minus 1. My means 4 minus 1. So 5 into 4 into factorial of 3. Then factorial of 3. Again, you're calling the factorial method inside this. Then 5 into 4 into factorial of 3 is what? Num into factorial of num minus 1, right? 3 into factorial of 3 minus 1. 3 minus 1 means 5 into 4 into 3 into factorial of 2. Then again 5 into 4 into 3 into factorial of 2 is what? 2 into factorial of n minus 1 means 2 minus 1. Then 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into factorial of 1. Then 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into factorial of 1 means what? 1 into factorial of 0. Right. So if factorial of 0, then factorial of 0 means what we are returning? 1. So now what it will become? 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 into 1. So if you into with 1, there is no difference, right? So then it will become, I think, 120. This is how logic will work. So the logic is number into the number which you pass here, number into factorial of number minus 1. Right. So now we will write that logic here. So what is that? Simply return. So I need to return this value, then I can use somewhere, right? So return number into Again, factorial, find factor, sorry, this is find factorial, I'll mention. It's not find, it's find. Okay. So here I will mention find factorial number of number minus 1. Okay. So this is find factorial method. Inside the find factorial method, I'm using the find factorial method. So I'm calling the same method here. Means inside this method, I'm calling the same method. So because of that, this is called recursion. Okay. So now I need to call this method from the main method and we'll see how it will be. Okay. So find factorial number of 5. Okay. But I want to print this. So as it is returning, so I need to return integer then. Sorry. It's not void. The reason is the number I'm returning, whatever I get the factorial number. So because of that, I'll return integer. So if it is integer, I can store in integer, right? Int factorial number is equals to find factorial number of that. So I'll print this now. System.out.println. I can say factorial of. So I'll need to mention the exact which number I want. So for that, what I'll do, I'll store in int number is equals to 5. So here what I'll do, factorial of plus number plus, you can say is, what is that? You need to concatenate that factorial number. That's it. Okay. So I am putting that which number I want, I am putting in the number, integer number, and the result factorial number. So I need to pass this number to this method here. Instead of hard coding 5 directly, I'm storing 5 in another integer variable and I'm passing that number here. And once you get that number, I'm storing in another integer number. The reason is it is returning me integer. Then I'm printing that integer here. Okay. So to understand this, we have written all these things. Let me clear this. Okay. So now int number is equal to 5. Int factorial number is equal to find factorial number. I'm calling this method from here. When you call this method, when it is executing, it is calling this method itself. Okay. Because of that, this is recursion. So this is recursion method as find factorial number method calling the same method inside method, it is calling the same method. So now we are everything ready. So we'll go back to the command prompt. Okay, let me clear this. Let me come out of this. So now Java recursion demo.java. So why it is, this is number, not num. Okay. You see that factorial of 5 is 120. Right. It is passing 5. It is calling this number. When it is calling this number into factorial of 5 minus 1. Again, it is factorial 4. It is factorial 4 means where it will go. You are calling this method. So it will go here. Again, factorial of 4. 5 in already we have 5. 5 into 4 into factorial of 4 minus 1. Something like that. Until it reaches 0, it will execute. If it is 0, it will return 1. Okay. So if I change this 5 to 4, 4 3 ja 12 2 ja 24, it has to print. Okay. Factorial of 4 is 24. You can give 10, factorial of 10. It is 36,28,800, something like that. So this is how you can implement a recursion, calling a method inside the same method. Okay. So with the recursion only you can print the factorial number? No. You can use with the for loop also, you can print. I have written here, you see. Let me explain this. It is optional for this video, but just an example. You see that I am using for loop. So 5 into 4 into 3 into 2 into 1 I want. So the first value, initial value is 5. So int I is equals to 5. Okay. And each and every value should be greater than or equal to 1. So this is 5 is greater than 4 is greater than something like that. That condition I'm saying. So I'm coming down, right? 5 to 4, 4 to 3. So I minus minus, it will decrement one value. So if I take 5 is equals to 5, I greater than or equal to 1, yes. So inside it will go. I have taken one result value, means int r equals to 1 into 5. 1 into 5. R is equals to 5 now. Okay. Present value of r is 5. Now again it will go I minus minus 4. 4 is greater than or equal to 1. Yes, 4 is greater than 1. So it will come here. So already r is equal to what? 5. 5 into I is what? 4. Then again I minus minus 3. 3 is greater than 1. Again 5 into 4 into, already in the result 5 4 the 20. 20 already there. So 20 into what? I 3. 23 is 60. Already 60 is there. 3 minus minus 2. 2 is greater than 1. Okay. Into this result into 2. And then 2 minus minus 1. 1 is greater than or equal to. It is equal to. So come inside this one into 1. I minus minus 0. 0 is not greater than or equal to 1. So it will come out of the loop. So the value is 5 4 into 5 into 4 into 3 into 1. The result is r. This is 120. That 120 I am printing here. With the help of for loop also, you can get the factorial. Okay. But in the real time, otherwise when you go for interview, they might ask what is recursion. Can you write the program factor any program using recursion? That time you can use the same thing. Okay. So let me clear this. So this is all about recursion, calling the same method inside that method. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions? So what is recursion in Java? Recursion examples, you can say factorial or Fibonacci, something like that. They might ask print Fibonacci series using recursion or print factorial number using recursion. Okay. So that's all about recursion. That's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see buffered reader class in Java. So what is the use of buffered reader? Buffered reader class is a class to read the input data from the keyboard at runtime. So we have seen same thing with the scanner class. So this is also very similar to the scanner class for the input functions. This class is available in java.io package. Okay, scanner is from java.util package. Buffered reader is from java.io package. Using buffered reader class, we can read the data from the text files also. So we have seen same thing in the scanner also. Scanner is also useful to read data from the keyboard as well as text files. Here also same thing. So here we will use two more classes. Input stream reader class is a class to convert data from bytes to character. Then buffer reader class will read this data. In the same way, file reader class is a class to read data from the files. So with the help of file reader object, we can read the data using buffer reader class from the text files. Okay. So by taking one example, we'll see. In this video, we will discuss about only from the keyboard. In our next video, we will discuss about reading data from the files. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. Here I created a class called buffer reader demo. Okay. So here we need to use input stream reader. Input stream reader ISR. I'll take an instance to that. New input stream reader. Inside the bracket, we need to mention system.in. That we did in the scanner class to read the data from the keyboard. The same way we need to pass system.in as a parameter to input stream reader constructor. So now we need to create an object to buffer reader class. So B or is equals to new buffer reader, and you need to pass ISR object to this constructor. So that reference to input stream reader to this buffer reader constructor. So we are done. Now we'll see input system.out.println enter a name or a word, whatever it is, string. Okay. So now what I'll do, I'll then string name is equals to br dot, we have one method called read line, right? We have seen that br dot read line, we need to we need to use read line method to read this information, then we can print dot out dot println name. Okay, so we'll try to execute and see what issues we will face and how to resolve and what exactly it is working, how exactly it is working. Java buffer reader demo dot Java. So input stream reader cannot find symbol. So we already discussed, to read these classes, we need to import java.io package. Import java.io.star. Okay. And we'll try to execute once again and see. So there is a chance that unreported exception, IO exception, must be caught or declared to be thrown. So there might be a chance to get an exception. So we need to throw that, throws IO exception. Okay. So exceptions we will discuss in our upcoming videos. At present, just accept as it is. Okay. What is the purpose of exception and how to handle exceptions, all these things we'll discuss. Let me execute now. You see that enter a name. I'll enter name Krishna. You see that it is printing as it is Krishna. Okay. So if I give an integer, what will happen? Sorry. 100. You see printing 100 as it is reading the line. Right. So this is how you can read any kind of data. So if you try to give something like that 123.23125, it is printing as everything is taking in the form of string. But if you want to convert this information to integer, so what I'll do, int I is equals to br.readline. If I try to execute, sorry, I need to change it to I. If I give 100, so incompatible type string cannot be converted to int, right? If I want to get the values from the keyboard, I want to read string, float, all these things, then how you can do that? So by taking one example, we'll see. So instead of writing everything, I'll copy paste. So I already written. The same things we have taken in scanner class also. So first I'm taking employee qualification. Okay. So I'm not giving print ln here. Print means you can give the values in the same line. Print ln means it will go to the new line. Ln means line. So first I'll ask employee qualification and I'm reading using the readline method into a string and I'm printing that. Okay. Sorry, I'll print once I read that. Okay, everything I'm printing once I read from the keyboard. Second, employee name. Employee name is also string. But when you come to the employee ID, if I give number, so that cannot be accepted that we just saw. So we need to convert into integer. The value comes in the form of string. So we need to convert into integer. How we will convert? Integer dot value of br dot readline. This string I need to pass into integer dot value. Same thing for float dot value of, long dot value of, boolean dot value of, right? So we are typecasting from string to another data types which we want, right? So qualification name I'm storing in the string, employee ID storing in the employee ID integer, salary I'm storing in float, mobile number I'm storing in long, employee marital status I'm storing in boolean. Okay, once I give everything from the keyboard, I'm just giving a row to differentiate between these two, and I'm printing as it is whatever I have mentioned here. Okay, so we'll try to execute and see. The employee qualification parsed PG with first division. I see. I'll mention Krishna. Employee ID 100. Salary 1234.345. Employee mobile number. Marital status true. You see that as it is, employee qualification, passed PG with first division, employee name Krishna, employee ID 100, employee salary float number, employee mobile number some long number, and it is Boolean. So we can write any type of data and you can convert into what data type you want, and you can use again, you can print. Okay, so but apart from string, we need to convert into other values. If you want to read, you need to typecast a particular data type. That is what we have done. So this is how you can read the data from the keyboard using buffered reader class, and you can convert into your own data type which you want, and you can print, or if you want to use for other purpose, you can use according to your requirement. Okay, so that's all in this buffer reader. So let me see what could be the possible interview questions. So you might face, what is buffer reader class in Java? What can be read using the buffer reader class in Java? So using keyboard and means keyboard data and text files. So how to read data from the keyboard using buffer reader, and how to read a text file using this is buffer reader. Yeah, I changed it, scanner to I copy pasted. So how to read a text file using buffer reader class. So these type of questions you may face in interview. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see buffer reader class in Java. So in our previous video, we have seen buffer reader to read data from the keyboard. In this video, we will see how to read data from the text file using buffer reader. So buffer reader is available in java.io package. So we will use buffer reader class to read data from the text files. For that, we need to use file reader class. So we have used input stream reader to read data from the keyboard. So we'll use file reader class to read data from the text files. Okay. So we discussed everything in our previous video in detail. There we discussed about how to read data from the keyboard. So here we will see from the text file. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. I created one class called buffer reader file demo. So, and I created one text file data.txt. So I have written something like hi learning read file using scanner class. So I created this file as part of scanner class. So because of that here scanner class, but no problem, we can put anything. So this is one of the important topics in Java. So we need to learn this concept carefully. This is what I have written in this file. So I need to read this data. So let me go to here. So as we discussed, we need file reader class to read data from the text file, new file reader. So here you need to mention where your file is, from which file you want to read the data, right? Where is that file location? We need to pass file location here. Okay. So where is my file location? This is my, just right click on this copy path. This is one of the options in Visual Studio Code. Otherwise, you can directly go to that file location from your file explorer. You can copy that location. I copy pasted, but here in Java, you need to use two backward slashes to represent the path. Let me change. Okay. And then we need to use buffer reader class, where is equals to new buffer reader. So here we need to mention that file reader object. Okay, that file reader reference. So we mentioned this one. Now we need to read the data. So how you can do that? Use the while loop. While br dot, we have one of the methods called read line, is not equals to null. Then you just print that br dot read line. Okay, I need to mention this is a method. So while you read the br dot line, if it is not null, then print that. So till when? Until all the lines completed. Okay. So we'll see what issues we'll face when you execute this. So Java buffer reader file demo dot Java. So we'll say that file reader cannot find symbol. Buffer reader also cannot find the symbol. As we discussed, this file reader and buffer reader is coming from java.io package. Okay. So we'll again execute and see what is the issue then. So we might get the IO exception, unsupported exception. If there is if you do not find the file, then there is a chance that it may raise an exception. So I'll just mention throws IO exception. We need to mention after this method. That means in which method you have written this logic. After this method, before this curly braces. So we will discuss about exceptions in detail in our upcoming videos. So here we just mentioned that. Now we'll try to run the same thing. We'll see. You see that this is one of the important topics in Java, and then it is printing null. So what it is doing, it is reading only one line. After that, it is becoming null. Okay. So we are already printing that. So if you want to read the entire file, so what we need to do, we need to store the whatever we read. Okay. String data. Okay. I mentioned one string variable. So data is equals to this data. I need the moment when you read, it will be stored in the data, right? So I'm reading this br dot line and storing it to the data. I will print the data. No need to mention br dot read line. Okay. So I'm reading and storing in a string variable, and I'm verifying that is not null or not null, and then I'm printing that. Again, it will read another line and it will store in the data, and again it will same thing until it reaches end of the file. Okay. So that's how we need to use this for loop. Let me run again. You see that I'm getting all the three lines which I have mentioned in the data.txt file. Okay. This is how, with the help of file reader and buffer reader class, we can read the data from the text files. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from this video? So they might ask, what is buffer reader class and what can be read using the buffer reader class? So we can read the data from the keyboard and from the text files. So how to read data from the keyboard using buffer reader, that we discussed in our previous video, and how to read a text file using buffer reader class. So that we discussed just now. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see inheritance in Java. So what do you mean by inheritance in Java? We will discuss. So Inheritance is a process where one class acquires the properties of another class. Means you have two classes. One class is getting the properties of another class is called inheritance. Here the properties means methods and fields. Okay. So with the inheritance, the information is made manageable in a hierarchical order. So with the help of inheritance, we can manage the order of your classes. Means with the inheritance, we will manage the information in a hierarchical order. The class which inherits the properties of another class is known as subclass or derived class or child class. Okay, the class which inherits the properties of another class is known as subclass, derived class, or child class. Any one of these terms you can use. The class whose properties are inherited is known as superclass or base class or parent class. Okay, from the superclass, subclass will get the properties with the help of inheritance. We will use extends keyword to inherit the properties of a class. So we are talking about the inheritance and we are saying one class will inherit some properties from another class. Then how it will happen? With the help of extends keyword. So the derived class inherits all the members and methods that are declared as public or protected. Okay. So if you want to acquire some properties from one class to another class, means the properties should be declared as public or protected. If the members of superclass are declared as private, then child class cannot use or access them. So we already discussed in one of our previous videos, that is access modifiers. So private means in any scenario, private means that is accessible inside the same class only. So if you want to access outside of the class, private you cannot access. The same thing is applicable here also. It will not support multiple inheritance. So in our upcoming videos, we will see what is multiple inheritance, why it is not supported by Java. We will discuss as a separate topic. But at this, here at a high level and in the theory, so multiple inheritance will not be supported by Java. Okay. So there are three types of inheritance. So single inheritance. So single inheritance means here. So we will. So if you see that inheritance, okay, we have class A and class B. So in the class A and class B, one second. This is parent class or super class or base class. So you can call any one of these terms. From here, class B is acquiring properties of A. So because of that, this is called child class or subclass or derived class. Okay. So how it will get the properties from A to B? Using extends keyword. Class B extends class A. So with the help of this, if you have some fields here, means are variables, instance variables, and some methods, and which are public or protected, then only you can access this information from class A to class B using inheritance concept and using the extends keyword. Okay. So here, this is single inheritance. From class A to class B, we are class B inheriting something from the class A. Okay. So this is how single inheritance. So if you go to the next slide, and we will talk about, let me clear this. And if you go to the next slide, this is called multi-level inheritance. Okay. This is called multi-level inheritance. Here more than two classes. Okay. More than two classes here. In the single inheritance, we have only two classes here. Class A, normally we'll call parent class. Class B, here also it is a parent, but in this scenario, we are calling as intermediary class. Okay. Class is child class. So for class C, class B is parent. For class B, class A is parent. Okay. From here to here, you can acquire the properties. From B to C, you can acquire the properties. If you say here, how the syntax will be, class B extends A. Okay, class A. Then B can get all the information which are public and private protected from the A. At the same way, if class C extends B, okay, then class C will get all the information from the B, and B already getting the some information from A, so C can get some same information from A also. C will get information from B and A, B get information from A. Okay, so this is multi-level inheritance. Okay, so and we have rules that if it is public and protected, then only you can access. So C can access information from B and A. At the same way, B can get information from A. A cannot get information from B or C. The reason is this is top level class. Okay, so this is called multi-level inheritance. So one more thing is hierarchical inheritance. This is called hierarchical inheritance. So you have parent class A, from this multiple classes extending class A. Okay, there is no relation between B and C, and relation between C and B is not there, but B is extending class A, C is also extending class A, D also extending class A. Okay, so if you talk about this area, only this area, this is simply single inheritance, which we have seen. Okay, if you talk about only this one, A and C, this is also single inheritance. If you talk about class A and D, so this is single inheritance. Okay, but from class A, B, C, D, three are extending class A using what? Extends keyword. Here also extends keyword. Here also extends keyword. So more than one class can extend same class. Okay, so this is called hierarchical inheritance. From here you have something class E that can extend class B. So you have class F that can. There is no limit. Okay, but at the high level, what is hierarchical means the single class, multiple classes extending same class. Okay, so this is called hierarchical inheritance. Okay, these three type of inheritance are available in Java. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions from this session? Like, what is inheritance in Java? So acquiring properties from one class to another class is inheritance. What is multi-level inheritance? What is hierarchical inheritance? Why Java will not support multiple inheritance? So these kind of questions you may get in interview. So this is one of the important topics in object-oriented programming. Okay, so that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will talk about single inheritance. So in our previous video, we have discussed what is inheritance. So there are three types of inheritance: single inheritance, multi-level, and hierarchical. In this video, we will discuss about single inheritance. So single inheritance means you have two classes. One is parent class, another one is child class. So how class B will get the properties of class A? We will take one example and we'll see how it will be. Okay. So let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here I created one class called calculator. Okay. So in this calculator, I have some fields. So public string brand is equals to, I'll say Casio. Casio is the brand of calculator. And public Boolean is solar powered. Solar powered is equals to true. And then private int price is equals to some 100. Okay. Apart from that, I have public void. So as it is a calculator, we'll have addition, subtraction kind of functionalities. So here I'll add system.out.println. What is that? Adding the numbers. So addition is to add the numbers. And the same way, I have public void subtract. Okay, this is just an example. So system.out.println, I'll say subtracting the numbers. Because this is my calculator functionality. Okay, so first I created this calculator, but after some time there is a chance, means there is a requirement that I need to create another calculator with some more functionality. Okay, that is called, I say, advanced calculator. Okay, I want to create advanced calculator, but here the requirement is, what is that requirement here? Here my requirement is add, subtract, multiply, and divide. I need these 4 functionalities in advanced calculator, but I have already add and subtract in one of my previous classes, which I already created. Okay. So if you implement the same functionality here again, so that will become duplicate. So because of that, I want to use this add and subtract from the calculator class. Then I cannot duplicate my code. So how will you get that both the things from the calculator? Okay, so that time you can use, see, these properties are some fields. So I want to take this brand. Okay, I want to take this brand or solar power. This properties also I want in the advanced calculator. So then what you need to do? Then you need to create a relationship between calculator and advanced calculator. Okay, between these two. So how you can do that? So with the help of one of the keywords called extends. So that is a predefined keyword in Java to make a relation between 2 classes. Extends. What is that? Calculator. You extend something from the calculator. Okay. Now, apart from here, apart from calculator functionality, advanced calculator also contains its own functionality. Okay. At the same way, here also you can get calculator specific functionality. Okay, you can write some other methods which are not applicable to calculator sometimes. Okay. So because of that, what I'll do, I'll create first advanced calculator specific functionality, public void multiply. Okay, we want to multiply, right? So system.out.println. So multiplying the numbers. Okay, and the same way I want one more functionality. What is that? Divide. So here also same thing, system.out.println, dividing the numbers. Just an example. Okay, so now I want to access all the functionality. Okay, so now what I'll do, I'll create a main method. So you can create a main method in another class and you can call these things, and otherwise you can create an object to this and you can get, otherwise you can directly use public static void main in this class also. Public static void main. So with the main method also, right, we can execute the class. So because of that, I'm creating main method. So now I will create an object to advanced calculator. Advanced calculator AC is equals to new advanced calculator. So normally, with our previous knowledge, if you create an object and you can get all the methods or fields from that particular class, it means AC dot you can access, multiply and divide. But with the help of inheritance, you can access, add and subtract also. Okay, so we will see that. AC dot. Okay, I want to use add method. Okay, AC dot subtract. Now AC dot multiply, AC dot divide. So this is how I can access the methods which are there in the calculator class also. The reason is I extended this class, and the same way I can access the fields also. System dot out dot println. What is that? AC dot brand. And the same way AC dot is solar powered, and I can take AC dot price. Right, we can get the price also. Okay, so now I will try to execute, then these methods should get executed. These output statements should print in my console. Okay, if everything is working fine, if I achieved inheritance. Okay, so now let me go to command prompt. Now I'm in the folder. So if I want to access, I need to compile the first calculator. So Java C calculator dot Java. So it compiled successfully. Now I'll compile advanced calculator. We'll see is there any error. You see that I'm getting some error. System dot out dot. So there is a typo. Okay. Print ln. Okay. So let me compile again. You see that here I'm expecting an error. The reason is, you see, price has private access in the calculator. If it is private, you cannot access. So this is not possible, right? So I'll comment this. So I'll say can't access because this is private, right? Now go back and compile now. You see that it compiled. Now I'll execute Java advanced calculator dot Java. Sorry, advanced calculator. Okay. You see that we are getting everything, adding the numbers, subtracting the numbers, multiplying the numbers, dividing the numbers, Casio, true. But actually this class contains only these two methods. Even though I'm able to access add, subtract, this brand and is solar powered. So how I'm getting all these things? Just because of inheritance. So I'm extending calculator to this advanced calculator. So this is how I can get acquire the properties of calculator in the advanced calculator. This concept is called inheritance, and this is from one class to just another class. So this is single inheritance. Okay, so this is all about single inheritance. And what could be the possible interview questions here? So the same thing, what is inheritance in Java? What is multi-level? What is single inheritance? What is hierarchical inheritance? Why Java will not support multiple inheritance? These kind of questions you may face. Okay, so in our next video, we will discuss about multi-level inheritance. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see multi-level inheritance. In our previous videos, we have seen that what is inheritance and what is single inheritance. In this, we will see multi-level inheritance. So we already saw what is multi-level inheritance. So you have a class A and class B and class C. So class B will get the properties from class A. If you extend class B to C, C will get the information from B and A both. Okay. So this is called multi-level inheritance. So with the help of example, we will see what is multi-level inheritance. Okay, so let me go to Visual Studio Code. So let me close this, and I created one more package called multi-level. Okay, so in the multi-level you have calculator, advanced calculator, and scientific calculator. Okay, so first we'll go to the calculator and we'll write some properties and methods, some fields. So public string brand, so which we already saw in our previous video, but we'll taking the we are taking the same example. Public boolean is solar powered is equals to true, and private int price is equals to 100. So I'll write quickly. So public void add. So here system.out.println adding the numbers. Okay, so let me copy paste this. So this is subtract, and then here I'll change it to subtracting the numbers. So this is my calculator. Okay, this is my calculator. So advanced calculator will extends calculator. Okay, this is acquiring the properties of calculator class. In the advanced calculator, what you have? So let me copy paste this information from the calculator. So it has its own functionality. What is that? So multiply, and then I can say multiplying the numbers. And the same way, divide. So divide. Now dividing the number. So now advanced calculator has 4 functionalities: multiply, divide, and we are getting 2 methods from the calculator. Those are add and subtract. The reason is these are public, and advanced calculator extends calculator. So I can get the all public members from the calculator to advanced calculator. Okay, so now I created one more class called scientific calculator. Okay, there is another requirement. I need to create another calculator with some extended functionality. So here, what is that functionality? It has extra functionality. Here, public void, it has to do calculus. Okay, some other extra functionality, calculus. So system.out.println calculus functions. Okay, just an example I'm taking. So at the same way, apart from calculus, I have one more advanced functionality, scientific functionality is statistics. So I can calculate statistics. So here I'll say, but as a scientific calculator, I should have add, subtract, divide, multiply, calculus, and statistics. These many functionalities I need. But as part of calculator, we already, what we did, we have done add and subtract. And I'm extending this to advanced calculator. So here I have multiply and divide. So I have 4 here. So why to create these 4 methods again and make duplicate code? So because of that, what I'll do here, I'll extend advanced calculator here. So then advanced calculator has how many functionalities? 4 functionalities. Apart from these 2, as it is extending from the calculator some functionality, those are called add and subtract. So because of that, scientific calculator has these 2 and 4 from advanced calculator. Now we will see, is that really true or not? So public static void main string args. So I'll create an object to my scientific calculator. Okay, my scientific calculator. So SC is equals to new scientific calculator. So in normal scenario, I can access only the methods available in this class. those are calculus and statistics. But I extended advanced calculator. So because of that, I can get multiply and divide. And advanced calculator is extending calculator. So because of that, I'll get add and subtract. So total 6 functionalities I can access from the scientific calculator. Okay. SC dot, I can use add. SC dot, I can use subtract. SC dot multiply. So SC dot divide. SC dot calculus and SC dot statistics. Okay. So these many I can access. The reason is scientific calculator is using advanced calculator. Advanced calculator extends calculate. So this is multi-level inheritance. So let me go to here and let me come out of this CD multi-level. So here I have 3 classes: advanced calculator, calculator, and scientific calculator. So first, if I want to execute scientific calculator, I need to compile calculator and advanced calculator. So Java C calculator.java. So I did some typos here also. So this is print ln. Here also print ln. Okay. So let me compile again. So looks good. Now advanced calculator dot Java. I need to compile that one also. Here also same mistake I did. I copy pasted. So because of that, I corrected those. So advanced calculator. So this is also looks good. Now, if I execute this, okay, if I execute this scientific calculator, it has to execute perfectly. Yes, see. So let me copy paste from here. If I have any typos also, I'll not get any errors. Java C scientific calculator.java. So simply it compiled. Now Java scientific calculator. You see that I'm getting 6 outputs: adding, subtracting, multiplying, dividing, calculus, statistics. So, but actually I have written only 2 methods in this, but I'm able to access 6 methods. 2 are coming from advanced calculator extending calculator. Because of that, I'm getting those 4. So this is called multi-level inheritance. Okay. So we have seen this multi-level inheritance. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions here? The same thing. What is inheritance in Java? What is multi-level inheritance? What is hierarchical inheritance? Why Java will not support multiple inheritance? Okay. We have seen single inheritance and multi-level inheritance till now. In our next video, we will see hierarchical inheritance. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see hierarchical inheritance. So in our previous videos, we have seen that what is inheritance, what is single inheritance, what is multi-level inheritance. So in this video, we will see hierarchical inheritance. So hierarchical inheritance means multiple classes extends the same class. Okay, here class B, class C, class D extending class A. Okay, so by taking one example, we will see. So for that, let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here I created one class called Maruti. Okay, this is one of the cars manufacturing company. So public class Maruti. So it has some properties. What is that? Public int vehicle mileage. Okay, vehicle mileage is some 25 kilometers, something like that. So public int vehicle types. So these are 4 types vehicle. Okay, and then I have some functions, methods for public void engine start. Okay, system dot out dot print ln. So I'll say engine starts. Just an example. And the same way I have one more method called public void engine off. Okay, engine off, system dot out dot println engine off. Now this is a class, it has two public fields and two public methods. Okay, apart from that, it may have its own, but this is a car company, right? So it has multiple models. So if you take one of the models called Alto, public class Alto, this is one of the Maruti cars. Okay, then while I'm creating this car, so what are the basic properties? It will have some mileage, it will have some tires, and here also you will have engine, it will start and it will stop. Okay, so again, why to write all these methods, all these properties? Okay, so I'll get this information from where? It's super class, one of the other classes that is called Maruti. Maruti already has this information. So because of that, I'll get this information from here. So how I'll get? With the help of inheritance, I'll say extends Maruti. Okay, so apart from that, Alto has its own. Okay, Alto has its own information. What is that? Int Alto price is equals to some 50,000, just an example. Okay, and it has its own functionality, public void non-AC vehicle. Just an example I'm saying. Okay, system dot out dot println this is non-AC vehicle. Okay, so it has its own functionality, that is called its price, and it is what kind of vehicle it is. It's not a AC vehicle, but it will have engine, it will start and stop, and it will have 4 tires, it will have its own what? Mileage. So those things I'll get it from where? Maruti. Okay, so now we'll see public static void main string, args. So now we have seen this is, frankly speaking, this is single inheritance. So Alto A is equals to new Alto. Okay, so from the Alto I can say what is that? System dot out dot println A dot. I can get the properties of Maruti also. The reason is I'm extending. And what can I do? Vehicle mileage, that is a public property. Okay, and the same way I can get what? Vehicle tires. And apart from that, A dot, what is that? Engine start. A dot engine off, and its own functionality, A dot non-AC vehicle. Right, so I can get all the properties of its own and its parent class, that is Maruti. So if I execute this, then I should get all this information without any errors. So I'm in that folder. So first I need to compile the parent class Maruti.java. Java C Maruti.java. So it's compiled. Now I can execute Java Alto.java. You see that? I'm getting the mileage, I'm getting the tires, engine starts, engine off. This is non-AC vehicle. I'm getting all this from its own. I can print here Alto price also. Right, I can print Alto price also. What is that? A dot Alto price. Right. If I execute now, I'll get the price also. You see, price and other properties, its own and its parent. Okay. Now I have one more variant, means one more model, that is called Baleno. This is also one of the Maruti cars. So here also same thing. So model might be different. It will also have the engine. It will also have the tire. How many tires? Means normally 4 tires. It will have the tires and it will have its own mileage. But here I'm just taking that from the class, sorry, parent class. So how I'll get extends Maruti, right? So if you take Baleno, so I'll copy paste everything from here. So just I'll change something instead of typing everything. So I'll increase the price. It has its own price. Okay. And it is an AC vehicle. Okay, it is AC vehicle. This is AC vehicle. The same way, you can create an object to Baleno and make it a B. So everywhere, whatever, wherever A is there, just replace with B. Okay. That's all. Same thing. I created one more model. I'm extending Maruti. Here also I have mileage, tires, its own price. The price I can say Baleno price. Okay. So I need to change this to Baleno price. Okay. So now if I execute this, means this is also extending from where Maruti only. The reason is engine is same, engine functionality is same, vehicle mileage is same, vehicle tires are same. So why to again use means duplicate the code? I can get it from the parent class, that is called Maruti. So let me execute this now. Java already Maruti compiled. So now I can say Baleno.java. So there is no non-AC vehicle. This is AC vehicle. Right. This one. So if you execute now, you'll get everything. The price got changed. Remaining things are same. And this is AC vehicle. This is also changed. Okay. So this is how other class also extending the same class. Now I took one more class that is called Ciaz. This is also one of the Maruti vehicles. Here also extends Maruti. Okay. And I'll copy paste everything from here. Instead of writing the same thing again. So I'll change a little bit. Okay. So here Ciaz price. What is that? I'll change something. Okay. Instead of AC vehicle, I can, apart from AC vehicle, I have one more functionality. I have power windows. It has power windows. System.out.print, print ln. This is power windows vehicle. Okay, it has its own functionality. So power windows. So now I need to change everything. Ciaz. Sorry. I'll make it C. So I need to change everywhere. C dot Ciaz price. Sorry. So these are same thing, but I need to change that instance reference. So C, and you have one more. C is power windows, right? One more functionality. So it has its own functionality and some common functionality that I took from the Maruti. Okay. Now go back to the command prompt. So what you need to do? Java Ciaz.java. You see that everything price got changed. These are same because of that I took it from the Maruti. And you have this is AC vehicle. This is power windows vehicle. Right. So here Alto, Baleno, Ciaz, three classes extending the same class Maruti. So this is called hierarchical. Right. But in simple term, if you say between Maruti and Alto, this is a single inheritance. Between Maruti and Baleno, there is single inheritance. Between Maruti and Ciaz, that is single inheritance. But three different classes extending the same class, that is called hierarchical inheritance. Okay. So this is all about this hierarchical inheritance. What could be the possible interview questions here? So here also same thing. What is inheritance in Java? What is multi-level inheritance? What is hierarchical inheritance? Why Java will not support multiple inheritance? And sometimes they may ask what is the difference between multi-level and hierarchical, all these things. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see why Java does not support multiple inheritance. So in our previous videos, we have discussed about what is inheritance, how many types of inheritance in Java. So that time we discussed that Java will not support multiple inheritance. Why Java will not support multiple inheritance, that we will discuss today. Okay, so let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here, first we will see what is multiple inheritance. Let me draw a diagram. So here, let me take an example of, I have class A, I have class B, and I have class C. Okay, so multiple means so single class extends multiple classes. Okay, so a single class can extend multiple classes. This is called multiple inheritance. Means here you have class A, class B. For class C, A and B both are parents. This is parent class, this is parent class. From here you will get inheritance. Okay, so this time you have a method called method here. With the same name, you have a method called method in both the classes. Okay, so in the parent A, means in the class A, you have one of the methods called method, and in the B, one of the methods called method, you have with the same name. So if you extend both the classes to C class, then if I want to access method, then from which class it will access? Whether this method or this method, right? So we cannot decide from where it has to take. Means it has access to all the methods inside the class and all the methods inside this class, means class A and class B. But when you call, you create an object to this class C and C dot method. You called C dot method, but this method is from A or B. How you will decide, right? Because of this, Java will not support multiple inheritance. Okay, so that is the reason behind Java will not support multiple inheritance. So let me clear this. So I have done the same thing. Class A, inside the class A, I have created one method called method, and another is method A. This is specific to this class, and this is also specific to this, but I have created one more class. Here also I created one class called method. Okay, in the class A, you have method with the same name. You have the method in class B also. When I create class C, I will extend class A and class B, both class A comma class B. Actually, this is not possible. Okay, you cannot put a comma and you cannot do extends class A comma class B. The syntax itself is wrong. Okay, if you use any Eclipse or IntelliJ IDEA, then here also you will get compile time error. The moment when you write like this, it will throw an error. It will show error that you cannot extend these two classes at a time. But this is a normal, kind of text pad. Okay, so then it is not showing any error, but this is not possible. You cannot extend more than a class. Okay, so here itself you will get the error. Okay, let's assume this is possible. Okay, just for some time. So I created a class called class C and create an object to class C, and I'm extending both this class A and class B are parent to class C. So if I say C dot method A means it will come from class A. Clear? This is from class B. But coming to here, from which class it has to call this method? This method is available in class B and in the class A. So when you call something like this, from where it has to call? From A or B class. Right. So because of this reason, Java will not support multiple inheritance. So we'll try to execute and see what happens. If you use Eclipse or IntelliJ or any IDE, so then no need to even go to command prompt and compile. Here itself it will show. Okay. So here Java C class A dot Java. First I need to compile these classes, right? So I'll compile. So there is no error. Java C class B dot Java. You will not find any errors. Okay. Now if you say Java C class C dot Java, the moment when you compile even, you will get an error. You see that? Error, this bracket expected, where it is showing after class A means after class A itself, you should have this braces here. It will not allow a comma. Okay. So public class A extends class A comma class B. This is expected. The syntax is wrong. Okay. It will not even go this scenario. Here itself, it will throw an error. You cannot go to this line even. The reason is it will not even support this. Then how you'll go to this line, right? So because of this reason, Java will not support multiple inheritance. Okay. So what could be the possible interview questions from this topic? So normally, what is inheritance in Java? How many types of inheritance is possible in Java? Why Java does not support multiple inheritance? Then you can explain this information. Okay, that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will talk about this keyword in Java. So what is this keyword in Java? This keyword automatically holds the reference to current instance of the class. So this means it will hold the current class object. Okay. So how many ways you can use this object keyword? So this can be used to refer current class instance variable. So it will hold the current class instance variable. This can be used to invoke current class method. Okay. So this can be used to invoke current class constructor, and this can be passed as an argument in the method call. So apart from this, you can pass this keyword to a method argument, and this can be passed as an argument in the constructor call. So constructor is also a type of method. So we can pass this keyword to a normal method and to the constructor. This can be used to return the current class instance from the method. So if your method is returning something, so if you want to return current class object, that time also you can use this keyword. So there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 usages are there. So by taking one example, we'll see each and every point. So for each point, I'll take one class and we'll try to explain. For this, we'll go to Visual Studio Code. So here, I created one class called this demo 1. So we are going to see this used to refer current class instance variable. Okay. So if you talk about instance variable, so it will be in the class level, right? So I can say int num is equals to 50. Okay. And what I'll do, I'll create a method, public void this method. Just an example. So here, what I'll try to do, system.out.println. So I'll try to print num. Okay. So I'll write a public static void main method means main method So here I'll create a class, sorry, object to this class. This demo is equals to new this demo 1. And if I try to call this method, so what happens? Right. So I created one instance variable. This is my instance variable. And I created one method called this method. Inside this, I'm printing the num. And I'm creating an object and calling this method to execute. So we'll see what happens exactly when you execute this. So Java, this demo1.java. You see that it is printing 50. But what happens, because of some reason, you created one more variable, integer variable, num is equals to 100. This is local variable. Local variable with same name. Okay. Here also I named it as number. Okay. If you try to execute this, previously it has printed 50. But if you try to execute now, what happens? We'll execute and see. You see that 100 it is printing. Previously it is printing 50. Now it is printing 100. Why? So first preference will go to this local variable. Okay. So because of that, it is taking now this number 100. But now I want to access this 50. Okay. Previously, when you do not have this local variable with the same name, I'm able to access this number 50. But now there is another variable with the same name, that is a local variable. Now it is taking the higher priority and I'm able to print this one. But if I want to use this number, then how I can do that? So that's where use it to refer current class instance variable. This can be used to refer current class instance variable. In that scenario, system.out.println, you can say this dot num. That's it. So it will print 100 and it will print 50. Okay. If you want to use this number instance variable, so then you can say this dot num. Then it will refer to the current class instance variable. So we'll try to execute and see. You see that 100 and 50 both I'm able to print. Here this dot num 50 and this one is 100. Okay, this is how you can use this keyword to call the refer the current class instance variable. Okay. So if you do not have this one even, okay, by default this is this dot num. But if you do not have anything, then this is not mandatory. But if you try to execute, even then also it will 50 only. So whether you put this or not, if you do not have local variable with the same name, it will not make any difference. But if you have local variable with the same name, then explicitly you need to mention this one, this keyword. Okay. So this is first one. So let me go to the second one. So what is that? I created another class called this demo2. This is used to refer current class method. Okay. Current class method. We have seen instance variable, no method. I'll create one method. I'll write again this method. So inside this system.out.println, I will write this. I'll try to print the same thing. That's just an example. Okay. Use it to refer current class method. So now I'll create another method, public void display method. Okay. Display method. Here I will call that this method. Okay. This method. So I'll create public static void main method string aux. So this demo to td is equals to new this demo to and td dot what display method I'm calling. Okay, so I'm calling display method. When it goes to display method, inside this you have this method, then it will go to this method and it will execute and it will print this information. Okay, till here this is no issue, we'll do normal way. So let me go to here and try to execute this. Sorry, I missed this semicolon. We'll try to execute the same thing now. You see that this is used to refer current class method, but what is the use of this? So this way also you can write this dot this method. So we have seen the same thing here, this dot num. The same way this dot this method, and you get the same output. Okay, this used to refer current class method. So both are same. If you write this method and this dot this method, both are same, you can use either of these two. Okay, but intention is you can call current class method using this keyword. Okay, if you execute now, I think it will print 2 times, right? So no change. So you can use either of the ways. Okay, this is all about use it to refer current class method. So now we'll take the third point. What is that? This method 3, use it to refer current class constructor. So I have created one class called this demo 3. So what I'll do here, this demo 3 constructor means the same name, right? Class name should be, means the method name should be class name. So system dot out dot print ln. I'll write something like this is no argument constructor. Okay, I have created one no argument constructor. I'll create one more constructor. Here I'll pass something like string name or yes, something like that. So here also system dot out dot print ln, and what I'll do, saying hello to this name using parameterized constructor. Just an example. So I've created 2 constructors. One is no argument constructor. The second one is parameterized constructor. Now what happens? I'll write main method public static void main string aux. So here, if I try to call this method 3, td is equals to new this method 3. Okay, so if you try to execute, which constructor will call? So here I do not have any arguments. Obviously it will refer to this one. Okay, so now we'll try to execute this. Let me clear this. Java, this demo 3.java. You see that this is no argument constructor, obviously calling this one. Okay, but if I try to put some name, okay, so what happened? This is become this matched with this constructor. Okay, if you try to execute, now it will print different message saying hello to Krishna using parameterized constructor, right? So then now I want to refer current class constructor. So at that time I'll just remove this and I want to call this constructor also. Okay, so I can create one more. I'm not sure, we need to check. So I created another object. You see that it is printing, but I don't want to do like this. I want to call this constructor from here. Okay. So how you can do? I'll do using this. Okay. This, and no need to mention this demo3 exact method name, constructor name. So I'm just using this. This will refer current class constructor. Okay. So now if you try to print, I'll get an error. You'll see what is that. You see that call to this must be first statement in constructor. Okay. So you need to remember this. I'll make it. So I'll comment this. So this statement should be first statement. So it should be in the top. So this way you can write. We try to execute now, it will print both the statements and saying hello to Krishna using parameters constructor, first one. Okay. So if I want to call this one here, the same simple thing. So I'll comment there. And I'll put simple this, no arguments. So then I need to call this one, right? So that time what I'll do, I'll comment this, I'll use this. So I need to, then it will call this one. Inside that you have this. So it will refer to this constructor. So if you try to execute, you'll get the same output, but in different order. The reason is now I'm calling this. So it will print, this is no argument constructor first. Okay. This way you can call current class constructor using this keyword. Okay. So now we'll see the fourth point. This demo 4, this can be passed as an argument in the method call. So to the method, you can pass this as an argument. So for this, what I'll do, public void, I'll say method 1. Okay. Method 1. So this method, what it will take as an argument, we can put int a, right, string a, something like that. So the same way you can put reference types. What is that? This demo 4 t class object. Okay. How you pass int a, string s. The same way you can do this one also. Right. I am passing class as an argument. Now, if I try to print this system.out.println, I can print this object. Okay. And what I'll do, I'll create one more method, public void method 2. Okay. And I'll create public static void main. Right here, so let me correct it. Here I'll call this method. Okay, I'll call this method. So then how you can call that method? Right, method 1. Right, method 1, but it needs what? This demo object. So I need to create this demo object. Means this demo 4 object, obj is equals to new this demo 4, and I can pass this object to this. Right, it is expecting, this method is expecting this demo 4 object. So I'm calling the, I created an object and I'm calling. So here what I'll do, I'll create an object to this again. Td is equals to td dot method 2. I'll call method 2. The moment when it try to execute method 2, inside that we have called method 1, and method 1 needs this demo 4 object. So I create an object and I'm passing that. So nothing critical here. So everything is simple. If you try to execute this, you see that this is an object, this demo object, but we are talking about this can be passed as an argument in the method call, right? So how you can do that? Instead of creating an object and passing that to this, we can simply method one of this. What we said, this will hold current class object, right? So this is this class object. So the same way this will refer to this class object. So I'm passing the this. Instead of these two lines, I can manage with method one of this, means it will hold the current class object by default. Okay, so simplifying this thing. So if you try to execute now, you see that you are getting the TD object, means this demo for class object. If you try to run again, no problem, it will give you the same information. You see that same output. So this is how, instead of passing this, means this class object, you can pass this keyword. Okay, this is one of the ways to use this keyword. Normally we will do like this if it is not current class, another class, but this is current class. So instead of writing like this, I can directly pass this keyword. Okay, so we'll take another one. What is that? This demo file, and here this can be passed as an argument in the constructor call. We have seen in the method call, now we'll see constructor call. So what I'll do, public void, I'll create a method, and I'll create main method, public static void main. Apart from this, I'll create another class inside this. You can create like this, class test. Okay, so I created a constructor here. Okay, this constructor will take what? This class object, means this demo file object, something like this. Okay, so take TD5 or something like this, and I'll try to print system.println TD5. And apart from that, I will write another dummy statement. What is that? I'll pass the same information. Okay, so I just put a message here, and actual is system.out.println. I'm passing TD5, but if I want to call this class object, so I need to pass this demo file class object. Okay, so how you can do that? So normally how you do that? Test obj is equals to new test of, what you need to do? I need here this class object, right? So I need to create the this class object. TD is equals to, so now I need to pass this TD here. Okay, so when you create an object to this class, so this constructor, means a test constructor, is expecting this class object. So I need to create that object. I am passing it. Okay, so here what I'll do, I will call that method. So here TD5 is equals to new TD5 dot this method. This is the method. Okay, so what is happening? I created one class. Inside the class I have a constructor. That constructor needs another class object as an argument. Okay, so when I use this, when I try to create an object to this class, that is test class, so this constructor is expecting this class object. You see that? This demo file object. So I need to pass this demo file object to here. So how you can do that? So for that, what I did, I create an object to that class and I'm passing that to this class constructor, right? After that, I'm just calling this method using this object. This is normal way, right? So if you go back and try to execute this, right? This is printing this object and this information, but why to use like this? Okay, why to use like this? Sorry. So I don't need to create an object. Okay, I don't need to create an object and I need to pass. So we already saw this can hold current class object. So because of that, I'll skip these two lines. I'll use this. This refers to current class object already. So why to create object and pass to this constructor? So I can directly pass this to a constructor. That is what we are talking about this. This can be passed as an argument to the constructor call. To this constructor, I'm passing this. Okay. So again, you should get the same output. You see that? The object and again, the same method. If you try to execute, you'll get the same output. Right. So this is how you can pass this keyword to a constructor. Okay. This is the fifth point. And what about the last sixth point? So in the sixth one, this can be used to return the current class instance from the method. Need to return. Okay. So public this demo 6 and method. We already discussed about return type, right? So if you want to return integer, public int some method. So inside this, you need to return int, whatever it is, 0, 1, or whatever it is, something like this. Here also, this is integer means you need to return integer. But here I'm expecting return type is class. If this is the class, we need to return class object. Return class object. Right. So if you want to do that, how you do that? So before that, public static void main in args. So I need to create an object to this. Edit that. Just I'll call that method. Okay. The moment it will call here. Okay. So if you do not write any return statement. Okay. I'm calling this method. Okay, I'm calling this method by creating an object to this class. So see what happens. You see that error, missing return statement. So I need to write return statement. So for this return, what it is expecting this class object. So what I'll do, I'll create an object. T is equals to return T. Right. It will not print anything, but you will not get any error. It has to compare and you see that nothing happened. Means the program is good. But instead of writing these two lines, I can return what? This. The reason is this will hold what? Current class object. What we are expecting? Current class object here. Right. So because of that, instead of writing like this, you can directly use this keyword. Return this means this class object. Whatever you have expecting here, return that object. Okay. If it is another class, you need to do like this. If it is same current class, then you need to use this. So this always refer to current class reference, current class. Okay. So now I change it to return this. If I try to execute now, this time also it should not throw any error. You see that nothing happened, no errors. It's perfectly executed. So this is how you can use this keyword to return current class instance from the method. Okay. So this is all about this keyword in Java. So we have seen 6 different ways to use this. 6 different scenarios. All these things. All right. So what could be the possible interview questions from this? What is this keyword in Java? And how many ways we can use this keyword in Java? So everything we discussed, you can explain the same thing. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will talk about super keyword in Java. So what is super keyword? So super keyword in Java is a reference variable which is used to refer immediate parent class object. So in our previous video, we have discussed about this keyword that can hold current class reference. Here, it's immediate parent class object. Okay, if you have implementing inheritance, you have base class and then derived class. So the derived class will means the super keyword will refer to the base class object. So whenever you create the instance of the subclass, an instance of superclass is created implicitly, which is referred by super reference variable. So right, when you create means you have a subclass and superclass. If you create an instance to subclass, then automatically superclass instance is created and that can be referred by super. Okay, so how many ways you can use this? In which places? Super can be used to refer immediate parent class instance variable, immediate parent class method, immediate parent class constructor. So the parent class instance variables, parent class normal methods, parent class constructor. Okay. So now we'll see these three things with an example. Okay, let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here I created super demo 1 class, and this is super can be used to refer immediate parent class instance variable. So I'm saying parent class means we should have at least 2 classes. So I'll create another class inside this class, parent class. And we are talking about instance variables. So I'll say int num is equals to 100, something like this. Okay. So I have a class. Inside the class, I have one instance variable and the value is 100. Now, if you come to this one, I need to extend this parent. So extends parent class. Right. So now we have a inheritance concept here. Now, here also I have, so let me, so public void, I'll take one method. So inside this system dot out dot println, I'll say num. Okay, number. So I'm printing the number. So we'll see what happens when you execute this. So Java super demo 1.java. So I don't have main method. I need to create main method. Public static void main string aux, and I'll create an object to super demo 1 class, and I'll call the method. So something like that, sd dot method. Right. Now you try to execute now. You see that it is printing 100. The reason is when you say extends, it can access its parent class methods and variables. So that's how I'm able to get this value. Now what happens? I have my own instance variable with the same name. So int num is equals to some 20. Let's assume 20. Sorry, 10, whatever it is. So I put 10. So if you try to execute now, what happens? You see that it is getting 10. So how the hierarchy will be? First, it will look into its own class. Okay, it will look into its own class. If it finds, it will take from there. If it is not finding in its own class, it will search in its parent class. So, but I have this with my own class. So then obviously it will take this one. Now take another thing. this method is accepting one integer parameter num. Okay, one integer parameter num. Otherwise, why to take like this? I'll create one local variable. Sorry, now I'll say 50. Now if you try to execute this, you see that 50. So first it will look into its own method. Do we have any local variable with the same name? Then it will take this one. If you do not have this one, whether I have any instance variables in my own class with the same name. So it will take from here. If here also it is not available, then it will look into its parent class. If something is there with the same name, then it will take. But I have my own local variable. Now it is printing what? 50. But now I want to print, means access this one and this one both. So how you can do that? Okay. So for that, let me copy paste this. So if I want to call with the same name, but if I want to call my current class instance variable, then what we'll use? We'll use this keyword. So this will refer to current class. Okay. Now obviously it will take 10. Okay. Now, but this is not my intention. I want to call parent class. So how you will get that? Using super keyword. So now if you use super here, super.num, then it will refer this parent class num. So obviously it should be 100. So we'll execute. It has to print 50, 10, 100. You see that 50, 10, 100. So this is how you can call, means you can refer immediate parent class instance variable. This is parent class instance variable using super keyword. Okay. So this is one. And the second one, what is that second point? I have taken one more class called super demo 2. Super can be used to invoke immediate parent class method. Okay. So same way, I should have two classes. I'll create another class parent class again here also. And here I'll create one method. Method name is method. And here system.out.println. This is parent class method. Okay. So I created one class. Inside that I have a method. So now if I extend this parent class here, parent class. Okay. So now again I have the same name here also. Okay. Method, same name. This is current class method. This current class method. So now what I'll do, I create one more method while show results. Right? Show results, and I'll call one method called method. Okay. So method. So now I'll create a main method public static I'll create an object to this super demo 2. SD is equals to new super demo 2 and SD dot show results. Right. So what happens? It create an object and try to execute the show results method, this method. Inside this, what I'm calling method. So method means where it will go, this method, and it will print this is current class method. Okay. So let me execute this. This is current class method, but my intention is use, right, super can be used to invoke immediate parent class method. So here and here both are same name, but when I try to execute, obviously first it will search in its own class. If it finds in its own class, then priority will goes to that, and because of that it is printing this one. but I want to execute parent class method. Then what you need to do? Super dot method. So super refer to what? Parent class, immediate parent class reference. So with that reference, if I'm calling this, then you can do this way also. Parent class. Okay, before this, let me do this. Parent class PC is equals to new parent class PC dot method. But normally we will do like this. Right, we are getting both, but if it is normal way, but here we have a inheritance and I'm doing with this for my parent class. So why to do all these things? We have simplest way, that is called super keyword. So these two lines will be replaced with this line, super dot method. So both are same. So if I try to execute now, I should get the same output. You see that? This is when executing this method, this is current class method. If it executing super dot method, it is executing, this is parent class method. So that is how you need to use super keyword to refer parent class method. Okay, so that is all about this point. So what about third point? Super demo 3. Super can be used to invoke immediate parent class constructor. In the previous example, we have seen parent class method, here parent class constructor. So I need to create a class, same class, same parent class. I am giving the same name. The constructor means should have the same name, and system dot out dot println. So parent class constructor. Okay, parent class constructor. Here also what I'll do, I need to create, first I need to make a relation. So extends parent class. Now what happens here? Super demo. So I created one constructor for this class. So I'll reuse public static void main. What happens here? If I create an object for this class, then what happens when you try to execute? Automatically, no argument constructor. If it is there, yeah, it is there, then it will execute. Okay, so if it is executing or not, we will check with system.out.println. So current class constructor. Okay, current class constructor. Right, if you just execute now, if you execute now, you will get only by coming both. Yeah, so automatically it calls current class constructor. Okay, but even then I want to use current class constructor. Okay, so instead of this, let me try this way. Public void. So method, inside this method, I will write super. Okay, super, and I'll call this sd.method. So what happens here? Let execute. No, call to super must be first statement in constructor. So super should be, must be first statement in constructor. right? So because of that, I cannot use like this. Super should be used in this constructor. So what I'm doing, I am commenting this, and I don't need this one also. So I need to call superclass constructor where? In this constructor. If you are not using also, automatically it is calling. But with the help of super also, you can do that. How you can do that? Just super. That's it. Okay. But it will not execute. We'll get an error. So super call must be first statement. We already saw it. So it should be here. And previously when you execute, you see that first parent class constructor only execute. Right. So, but with the help of super keyword also, with this method also, you can call the parent class constructor. So no change. You see that same thing. Okay. But to see the difference, we can use in this scenario also super. So super can be used to invoke immediate parent class constructor. Okay. But if you have anything here, string is something like this, and I do not have this one. You see that parent class in class parent class cannot be applied to given types. Okay, no arguments. Actual and formal argument list differ in length. So it is not matching. So we are getting an error. Right. So this is how you need to use super keyword in Java. Okay. Three things. What are those? Super can be used to refer immediate parent class instance variable, parent class method, as well as parent class constructor. So we have seen these 3 points with different examples. Okay. So what could be the possible interrogations from here? What is super keyword in Java? How many ways we can use super keyword in Java? Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see abstraction in Java. Okay, what is abstraction in Java? We will see. So abstraction is a process where you show only relevant data and hide unnecessary details of an object from the user. So to a user, you will not show everything to him. So if you want to show only necessary information, then only you can show to them. Okay. So here what it is saying, show only relevant data and hide unnecessary details of an object from the user. Okay. Means it is a process of hiding the implementation details and showing only functionality to the user. Okay. So if you go to any ATM, okay, so there will be some interface. You will enter your PIN and you will withdraw the money. Otherwise, you will get the what is your balance. You might transfer some amount from one account to another account, but there, how data means how the money is coming out of ATM, okay, how it is interacting with the bank, how it is transferring money from one account to another account, how it is getting the balance from our account. So that you don't need. Okay, that they don't need to show you. Okay, so they'll give you only the functionality to you, but they will hide that actual implementation. So that is called abstraction. Okay. So abstraction can be achieved 2 ways. So following ways. One is abstract class, using abstract class. And the second one is interface. So abstract class and interface. With these 2 ways, you can achieve abstraction in your Java. Okay. So abstract classes represent generic concepts, thus they cannot be instantiated, being created to be subclassed. So in the abstract classes, you have a generic concept and you cannot create an object to abstract class, but you can, how you can means, what is the purpose? If you write something there, then how can you use that? Okay. So with the help of subclasses, you need to extend that class and you can implement whatever there in the abstract class in your subclass. Okay. Their members include fields and properties and abstract or concrete methods. Okay. So this is not end actually. Okay. The members include fields or properties, and methods are, there might be abstract or concrete methods. So concrete means the normal methods. We will write something and we'll implement, means we'll have some logic inside that method, that is called concrete methods. Okay. We will see with an example. Abstract methods do not have implementation and must be implemented by concrete subclasses. So abstract method means those are empty methods. Those should be implemented in the subclasses with concrete methods. Okay. Abstract classes must be declared with abstract keyword. Abstract methods must also be declared with abstract keyword. Okay. If it is abstract class or abstract method, you should use one of the keywords. Java predefined keyword is called abstract. You need to use that. Okay. So now we will see all these things. So let me go to this notepad. So I'll show you what exactly it is. Okay. So you take one class here. Class, just an example. Okay. So inside this, you have one method called method 1. Okay. Void method 1. So if you have something like this, okay, if you have something like this, you'll have some logic or without logic. But if you have these brackets, okay, that is something you implemented in the method. So this method is called concrete method. Okay, this is concrete method. But if you do not have anything, means you did not implement it. So just take an example again. I'll just name the class here. But void method 1. Okay, and you will terminate here itself. Normally where you use the semicolon, for the method you will not use the semicolon here. But here void method 1, you will put a semicolon. So this is called not implemented method. It is not implemented. Okay, this is not implemented. So because of that, this is called abstract method. This is abstract method. But how you make sure that this is abstract method? You need to use abstract keyword here. Okay. So if you have at least one method as abstract, then obviously that class will become abstract class. Okay. Like this. So you have abstract void method 1 and you need to terminate like this. You do not have any implementation for this. This is called abstract method. So this is called concrete method. And if you have at least one abstract method inside this class, then automatically that class will become abstract class. Okay. So abstract class may contain, okay, abstract class can contain what? One is abstract methods. Okay, abstract methods. The second one is concrete methods. Both. There is no rule that you should have only abstract methods. You can have concrete methods also. If you have 100 methods, 99 are concrete methods, one method is abstract, even then also that will become abstract class. And you cannot create an object to this class. No object. Okay, you cannot create object to abstract class. Okay, if you create an object and if you want to access something from this, there is no implementation. What is the meaning of creating an object to this? Right. So because of that, you cannot create an object to abstract class. Okay, abstract class can contain only abstract methods and concrete methods both. If you have at least one abstract method, the class will become abstract class, and abstract class can contain abstract methods and concrete methods. And for the abstract class, you cannot create an object. Okay, this information you need to remember. Okay, so what could be the possible interview questions from this? So with the help of an example, we will see in our next video. So this is just theory. So let me clear this. So what could be the possible interview questions here? So what is abstraction in Java? So what is abstract class? What is interface? So interface we'll discuss later. So difference between abstract class and abstract means, interface. So these kind of questions you may face. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you. Hi, in this video, we will see abstraction example. In our previous video, we have seen what is abstraction and then how many ways you can achieve the abstraction using abstract class and interface. So we have seen what is abstract class and how it will be. We'll take an example and we'll see all these things. Interface we'll discuss in our upcoming videos. So for this, let me go to Visual Studio Code. So here I created one class called Maruti. The same way we have seen this type of example in hierarchical interface, hierarchical inheritance. So here with the same classes, we'll see abstraction. Okay. I have one class called Maruti. And then how you can create an abstract method. So void, I can say wheels. Okay. And I need to close like this. Right. So this is, I'm not implementing anything. If you want to implement something like this, you should have at least like this, these brackets. But I'm not doing anything and I'm terminating the method with the semicolon. Okay. So if you try to compile this, we will see what happens exactly. Okay. So Java C Maruti.java. You see that missing method body. There is no body for this method. So missing method body or declare abstract. So it is clearly saying you do not have body means first you declare the body. Otherwise, if you do not want to declare, make it abstract. So clearly mentioning. So what I'll do, I'm talking about abstract, I'll make it abstract. Okay. Abstract is a keyword, predefined keyword in Java. Okay, fine. I'll try to compile again. You see that Maruti is not abstract and does not override abstract method wheels in Maruti. So indirectly it is saying, see, Maruti is not abstract, so make it abstract. So if you have at least one abstract method for a class, then that class will become abstract class. So abstract. So abstract class Maruti, inside that we have abstract void wheels method that is not implemented. So if you try to compile now, you see that no issues, no errors, nothing. It compiled means, so it is how we have to do in Java the same way we have done. It's a kind of syntax. Okay. So this way I'll try to make some more abstract methods. Abstract steering, something like that. Abstract AC option. Okay. Abstract power windows. So I can create normal methods also, means concrete methods, public void. I can say, what is that? Gear option, something like that, just an example. So system dot out dot println all are manual gear vehicles. Just an example I'm saying. Okay, you have, this is called concrete method. Concrete method means it will have method implementation. Okay, so this is called method implementation. It will have method implementation. So this is called concrete method. Something is there. If you do not have anything, so if you try to write something like this, public void method. So I do not have even anything inside this. I do not have even, so system dot out dot println. Even then also it is concrete method. Okay, but concrete method means it should not terminate with this semicolon, and you should have these brackets. Okay, remember that. So here now we have 1, 2, 3, 4 abstract methods, one concrete method. Even then also this class is abstract class. The reason is If you have at least one abstract method inside a class, then that class will become abstract class. So then what I will do with this unimplemented methods, right? So these should be implemented in these subclasses. So whatever extend this Maruti class, that has to implement it. It has to implement. Okay. So we'll see by taking, I'll take Maruti Alto. Okay, Alto is one of the, what do you say, like variant in Maruti cars. Okay. One of the models. So now what I'll do here, if I extends this, extends Maruti. If I extend this, I have to, if I try to compile now, so there is, see, before extends, I'll try to compile this. Okay, we'll see, we'll have anything. Java C, Alto.java. You see nothing, no errors. That is class template, but you cannot run. If you want to run this, you should have main method, but you can compile. So, but here, if I say extends Maruti, okay. If it is normal concrete class Maruti, then you will not get any errors in the compile time, but this is abstract class. So if you try to do this now, it will say, so invalid method declaration, steering, AC option, power windows, all these things it is showing. Okay. So you have to implement those. So how you can implement those? So public void, what is that? Wheels. Okay. I need to implement wheels. So here you can write something, you can leave like that according to your requirement. System.out.println. What I can say here for the wheels, 4 wheels vehicle, simply I'm implementing something here. Okay, 4 wheels vehicle, something like that. And so if you try to execute now, means compile, you'll not get any error related to wheels. Now AC option, power windows and steering you are getting. Means you have to implement public void, what is that? AC option. Just I'll take an example. No AC vehicle. Okay. And I have to do the same thing again. Public void steering. Okay, steering. So I can say no power steering. Okay, no power steering. And one more I have. What is that? Wheel steering is a power windows. Okay, power windows. So before that, let me compile again. Now you'll see only power windows error. Why AC option? Abstract steering. Copy paste, anything wrong? Steering. Sorry, it should have void. Okay. It should have void. Okay. So I need to compile Maruti again, as I did some changes. So Java C Alto.java. Now you'll get only one error. Alto is not abstract and does not override abstract methods power windows. You see, you need to do power windows also. Not here. I'll copy this power windows. Public void power windows. And again, system.out.println. No power windows. This is basic model, so no power windows. If you try to compile now, you'll not get any error. But there is another method. I'm not talking about gear option. Even then also it is not giving me error, means this is concrete method. Concrete method, there is no need to implement. This is already implemented in your parent class. You can directly use here. Okay. So now what I'll do, I can create, okay, let it be like this for now. So I have one more class, Baleno. Okay. If I try to do the same thing, extends Maruti here also. If I try to do baleno.java, you'll get the same errors, right? So if you try to implement the power steering now, what is that power steering? Power windows, right? I'll copy from here, power windows, to the Baleno. Baleno is power windows. It has power windows. If you try to compile now it is talking about AC options. Okay. Now it is talking about AC options. So let me put AC options. This is AC vehicle. I can say AC vehicle. If you try to compile now, it will tell another one. This is steering. So it will keep talking about other which you did not implement it. Okay. So I'll put steering. This is power steering, and you have wheels. All right, I need to take wheels. So now 4 wheels vehicle only. This is also. So if I try to compile now, it will not show any errors. It is perfectly all right. I implemented all unimplemented methods in the Maruti abstract class. So I'll copy paste everything from here to what is that CS. Okay. So, yeah. And I need to extend Maruti. Okay. Extends Maruti. Now if I try to compile CS, CS.java, you will not get any errors. The reason is I implemented all unimplemented methods. Okay. So apart from that, I have my own. I'll have, this is not only from the abstract class, I'll have my own implementation also. Engine capacity. I'll have my own functionality, system.out.println. This is, I can say 1000 cc engine. Okay, just an example. So the same way, other models may have the same thing. Baleno. Baleno might be 1200 cc. Okay. Ciaz might be 1500 cc engine. So it has its own functionality. Okay. So this is how, means if you create an abstract class, if you have abstract methods, if you extend that abstract class, you need to implement all the methods, means abstract methods which are there in the parent abstract class. Okay. So if you did not implement, then it will not allow you to even compile. Okay. So now I have created one more class called vehicle. In the vehicle, I'll write the public static void. You can write this in the each and every class of Alto, Baleno, all these things, but this time I'm writing outside. So I can create Alto A is equals to new Alto, and I can call all the methods. A dot engine capacity, A dot wheels, A dot AC option, A dot steering, A dot power windows, something like that. The same way I can do it for other models also. Okay, other model. What is that? Baleno. So Baleno. I'll change this name to B, and here B. Okay, and this is CS model, and I'll change it to C. and I'll change all the references to C. Okay, so now I'm done. So if I execute, I should not get any errors. Okay, and let me write system.out.println C as stuff, something like that. Okay, now I'll do the same thing before Baleno, just to see the output properly. Baleno, and I'll do the same thing for alt also. Okay, so now I have compiled everything. Now I need to compile and execute vehicle. Java C vehicle.java. Java vehicle. You see that? Auto stuff. 1000 cc, 4 wheels vehicle, no AC option, no power windows, no power steering. Baleno stuff. This is 1200 cc, 4 wheels vehicle, AC vehicle, power steering, power windows. CR stuff. If this is 1500 cc, 4 wheels, AC vehicle, power steering, power windows. Means, so I implemented all the unimplemented methods in the subclass. I made it concrete classes, and I'm able to access those, and I'm able to execute. Right? This is how you can implement abstraction in Java. Okay. So with the help of this, we have seen how we can achieve the abstraction in Java. Now, what could be the possible interview questions from here? Okay. So same questions. What is abstraction in Java? What is abstract class? What is abstract method? What is interface? Interface we will discuss later. Difference between abstract class and interface. All these things you might face in your interview. Okay. So that's all in this video. Thank you.